And friends, I want to welcome you here to Ellerslie School. But before we get into the real business, L1927, L as in Lucy, please remove our vehicle. There's a terrible backup at the end. I know that you have left your warm beds to come here this evening at Ellerslie. They tell me hold. They like to feel I'm a loose cannon. All here at the Ellerslie Secondary School. Thank God they haven't changed this name yet, because that is what they were doing just before the election, changing names. Some of them would have been valid, but they could have been done in a different way. But I believe, like true Barbadians who have been living in a very Christian society, I will vary from the program and ask that we bow our heads for a word of prayer, because that is what the entire last week we had a priest that laid the foundation for a lot of what you all would like to say but too frightened. But you leave it to Brother Charles. I bring you warm greetings from St. Thomas, and I'm the country buck here in town this evening. I am here in suburban Barbados. But I want you to know that we are not just here because we feel like getting up a Sunday evening and coming to a meeting. We are here because we are the Barbadians who love this country, who have already made our contribution to the growth and development of Barbados. And we have an inept government that seems to think that after them it can be nothing because everything is just whittling away, even the walls ain't coins. But you have your children and your grandchildren and your generations to come who have to survive in this country. We can go nowhere else. And therefore, we must help to point Barbadians in a direction where we can get stability, where we can achieve those goals that are associated with good governance, transparency, accountability, fairness, and all the other things that go with it. And the only way we can get it done is through the voices of the people, with the cooperation of the people to make a difference in our wonderful country, Barbados. And so this evening, it's not my time to talk, except to tell you we have a slate of Barbadians, distinguished Barbadians in their own rights, who have come this evening to talk with you. And I encourage you to ask some questions. And if you don't ask the questions, in the 1-minute breaks that I will get, I shall ask some. Because I have not come into political life to save any pension. If I had remained in the classroom, I would have been a principal par excellence. But I chose to come to politics because I believe I can make a contribution in a wider sphere. And so I have made the sacrifice. And we who have come into the political arena in the Barbados Labour Party's end, that's the group I can speak for with a measure of authority. We have come to serve the people of Barbados and to help for this country to grow from strength to strength to become the developed country we were aiming towards under none other than the Right Excellent O.N.C. Boatha. And so this evening, thank you for coming. People are on the way. Somebody was blocking the entrance, and they know just now. They will be a jumper, and just now, this hall is going to be packed. And I want you to pack on some questions on these panelists here, or on these presenters here, so that you can get some answers, or we are looking for you to help to give us some solutions to the various issues that are plaguing this country. And when we as a party were ready to point the Democratic Labour Party in a direction and steer them back on course, you know what the favorite expressions were. I can hear Don Villinis now. We ain't want here now for 14 years and nothing to show. Well, he said nothing, I said nothing. I have the track record of the Barbados Labour Party here from way back in the 50s. And right up until 2008, January, that you yourself can't even remember some of the landmark strides that we made to help this country to have reached the stage it was at again. And we put it in the hands of a bunch of jokers who know not what they do, and every minute we are slipping and slipping and slipping, because the Democratic Labour Party said, we are raising a society, not an economy. Be drinks in the Mascoll too. Society lick up. Economy lick up, people's lives and their psyches lick up. Under the Democratic Labour Party, the Barbados Labour Party will restore it for you. God bless you, please. So I'm ready to give you your first distinguished speaker. He used to be a young man a few years ago, but I know that the economic situation Marsha in the hotel industry too, because the Prime Minister, who had been given a letter from the BHTA in 2012, March, refused to meet them. And they begged in the public's domain. And 5 months later, he had a little meeting with them. And now, Sandals getting all, you know, all the concessions. None other than Mr. Ian Gooding-Edghill, a man who served as a senator. He is going to speak with you this evening about some of the issues. Please welcome him warmly.
Good afternoon, comrades. Good afternoon to the family of the Barbados Labour Party. You know, whenever we are called upon to do a job, we do it well. And whenever we're in government, we do a good job. So I want to say, and to support Cynthia's comment as well, that we will never run away from anybody. We will never run away from any political fight, but we will do what is right and within the law to help Barbados. So I want to say thank you again for attending this meeting. And I want to say to, of course, you know, I share the border here as well. So even though we are in St. Michael Northwest, it's still appropriate for me to say greetings to the people St. Michael West Central. And, you know, if they thought that I was going anywhere, I think they know by now that I'm not going anywhere, because I am still doing some work, albeit quietly. I got some signs put up in the constituency, and they almost wanted to dispatch with haste the people who were doing their jobs. But I am not here to talk about that this evening. I am here because, and let's be frank, the Democratic Labour Party, in our view, and certainly in the view of many who've spoken to in the constituency, they have betrayed you, the people of Barbados. And we've got to start from that premise, that here is, in 2014, we are being faced with a situation where the Democratic Labour Party can come to you and say to 3,000 plus workers that you have to go home. In the election campaign of 2013, they maligned the Barbados Labour Party, and they tried to give the impression that it was the Barbados Labour Party that was meant to be sending home thousands of public workers. I remember well, there are some people in Allenby Gap who work in the transport system and at Water Authority who were exercising grave concern because they never associate, and they don't associate, the Barbados Labour Party with that type of behavior. But the television ads that they had on their broadcasting channel known as CBC propagated a position, and some people weren't sure, and we understand in politics, and we've been around in elective politics for a long time to know that sometimes, you know, people get nervous. But we understand that. And we don't quarrel with you. And there's no quarrel with you. But the issue is today that having come to the people of Barbados and assured you in a general election campaign that they were not going to send one single public servant home, this evening I say to you that the Democratic Labour Party, they've already agreed, and it's been made clear that 3,000 public servants must go. But what they didn't tell you, and we've been telling you in the Barbados Labour Party, that you have close to almost 1,500 that will lose their jobs in statutory corporations in Barbados. So it is not 3,000, it is 3,000 plus. And at the end of the day, you don't know where the number will finish. Because, let's be honest, the Prime Minister says he doesn't want to deal with any number of persons going home, but you have to look at the figure. So, let us look at the figure. We don't know what that figure is. We don't know what that figure is. And until you tell us the figure, then we don't know how many more people will go home. But one thing is certain, that the Democratic Labour Party betrayed the people of Barbados. And we cannot mix matters with this point at all. They came to you and they lied to you. And some of the 3,000 that went home, I'm sorry, and it really bothers me, because you shouldn't be sending home people in such numbers. Because you're going to have issues in your society if you do such a thing in such large numbers. But some of those very people, as reported in the newspapers, would have been people who even went and supported and even in some cases nominated some of the Democratic Labour Party personnel. to run the last election. You know, but it is wrong. It is wrong for a government to deny an election campaign that they were not going to send home people, but come to you months later and say to you, look, we have this problem and we have to send home thousands. It is wrong. It is wrong. But I say to you, and you have trusted the Barbados Labour Party for years, and if you look to the wall to the right, you have some great Barbados Labour Party leaders. Tom Adams. You have Bernard St. John. Who else got there on the wall that you recognize? Owen Seymour Arthur. I'm not going to recognize the others. I recognize proud and solid Barbados Labour Party leaders who have done an outstanding job. And when you look there and you see Tom Adams, what do you say? When you see Tom Adams, what do you say? A man who had to lead Barbados through some troubled waters. But at the end of the day, the people decided, you know what? You came to us, you leveled us, and you deserve another term. And he gave, and the people of Barbados gave Tom Adams and the BLP another term. Yeah, Bernard St. John can want a more decent and honest politician in Barbados than Bernard St. John. A man who knew trade well and tourism. A man who understood what it was like to lead and not to surrender a country in the face of what some people said would have been an expected defeat, ladies and gentlemen. He placed Barbados first before country. We can't say that about the Dems. We can't say that. And when Arthur, when we went through some tough times, he came to the country, he spoke to the country, and he led the country through the challenges. We have people within the Barbados Labour Party who can stand up and attest. Cynthia can speak to this better than I can. Because there are people who serve with Tom Adams and with Bernard St. John and with Owen Arthur who would tell you that when a country is going through what it is going through today, you have to sit. You have to talk the country through changes, but you have to level the country. And you cannot say at any time that the leaders within the Barbados Labour Party have ever decided to put their personal interests before the country's best affairs. And we have that proud legacy within the Barbados Labour Party. We can't say it for the Democratic Labour Party. But I say to you, and as a former candidate who ran an election in the last election campaign, I say to you proudly that the Barbados Labour Party went out there night after night. We warned you about what was the intended consequences if the people voted for the Democratic Labour Party. Some people said we were possessed and we are power hungry. We said no, we are not possessed and we are not power hungry. We wanted the best, as we've always said. And as proud as our motto will put it, we want a better life for our people. And that is our mission in politics, ladies and gentlemen. And we have remained faithful and true to that mission. And I say to you, despite our warning, they did whatever they had to do, money and all. But tonight, ladies and gentlemen, there's no more money. No more money. But I say to you proudly that the Barbados Labour Party, all the candidates who ran in the last election campaign, I say to you as an institution, we have been vindicated, ladies and gentlemen. We have been vindicated. We told you about the Democratic Labour Party. We knew this was going to happen, and they tried to turn the tables on the BLP. But if, they felt it worked because they won by a very slender majority, I say to you that they are now in so much trouble that they do not know what to do. It is like the blind leading the blind. And I say to you that the Democratic Labour Party must have a special place in history. And that special place in history has to be that they must be known as the greatest job destroyers Barbados have ever seen, ladies and gentlemen. Barbadians have ever seen. You will not think that coming after a 1991 to 94 period, that you would have imagined a government, a Democratic Labour Party would have come to you again in 2013 with the same mission that they executed on you, the people of Barbados, between 1991 and 1994. You understand? They walk about and as though nothing has happened. They believe in their own folly and would like the people of Barbados to believe that this thing is happening by some international recession finished long time ago. St. Lucia up and on the go and moving. Other Caribbean countries are on the go. And proud Barbados, that has always been a leader in this region, proud Barbados, grappling and struggling to survive. And they can't get investments to come to this part of the world, but you can get investments going elsewhere in the region. And I can speak to that later. And all of this is happening. And you know, despite all the talk, and I must tell you that they went to the subcommittee of the social partnership. And the permanent secretary in the Ministry of Civil Service made the point that 3,000 public servants will go. And you know, some of them will go on a political sojourn, not the permanent secretary, not the PS. But there were others. You hear one minister saying it will be less than 3,000. Another minister said it will be more than 3,000. And at that meeting, the unions asked the question, at the meeting of the subcommittee of the social partnership, the unions asked the question, how many people going home? And it came out 3,000. But a follow-up question was asked, is that inclusive of people working in statutory corporations? No. They have their boards, was the answer, and they would have to respond, but directives have been given to them to cut. So you understand what we're dealing with. But we have not had a full meeting of the social partnership, a partnership that they like to embrace and go all over the world, including their monthly sojourn to Geneva, to lavish and heap praise on. But the Prime Minister of the country has not found it fit yet to convene a full meeting of the social partnership to deal with these issues at hand, ladies and gentlemen. You cannot be sending home 3,000 people and you use delegated authority. You cannot be sending home another 1,500 from statutory boards and use delegated authority. You have to come to the people and you have to come to the same partnership that you believe in and say to the partnership the true position. And I say to you, these things are happening in Barbados. And, you know, it is sad. And, you know, I don't understand for the life of me how people could be paying union dues. And they can attack me from now to tomorrow because, you know, in the last election campaign, I was very civil. And I did not go, and some people know that I can use my tongue well too. But I was extremely civil in the last election campaign. But I do not know, and you must be able to help me. Why is it that a union, or any union leader for that matter, would tell the people of Barbados that the public service was overstaffed and that it was only a matter of time you had to cut back? Now, why would you be collecting dues from people and turn around and you are telling the very people who are your members who are paying dues that the government service was overstaffed and therefore you had to cut? Well, I don't understand it at all. I really don't understand it. And it is shocking because I didn't believe I was hearing it, but I heard it on the radio. But I say to you that C2SAB, well, they used to represent 13 major unions, but one out. So I would say they represent 12 major unions. But let me cast you back to April 2013. You know, there was a row between C2SAB and BW. And some matters had to go to what you call the Credentials Committee of the International Labour Organization. And you had some disclosures at the ILO. The government reported that C2SAB represented 13 major trade unions and staff associations, including the BW. But listen to this. The registered membership of C2SAB as of April 2013 was 25,063. This number included 10,000 members of the BW. Well, I am just using those numbers to draw a comparison and to tell you something. That at the last election, and I stand corrected, more than, and help me, tell me if I'm wrong, Cindy, more than 70,000 people voted for the Barbados Labour Party. And there was only a 4,000 difference, as Cindy reminds me, between us and the Dems. So the Barbados Labour Party had approximately 70,000 people who went to the polls and supported this political institution. More than the combined membership of C2SAB. And we have a responsibility. And we are asking anybody from any trade union movement for help. We have a responsibility to those 70,000 people to look out for their interests and to defend their interests in the public domain. And we don't need any of them. And I say that not with any emotion, but I say it with all the candor in my heart. That they represent 25,000 and 70,000 people voted for the Barbados Labour Party. And they can't contradict that because the system is clear on you, Jews in Barbados. And as a political party, we have always had a good level of support in this country. And I'm sure that if you look at some of the same 25,000 people who are members, that some of those would have voted for us too, and we can include those. And some of the disaffected 3,000 that going home would have supported us too, and we can include those, ladies and gentlemen. But I say to you that as the Barbados Labour Party as a political institution, we have always, going back to the days of the right excellent Grantley Adams, we've always protected workers, and we do not intend to depart at this juncture, at this critical juncture in our history. We don't intend to depart from ensuring that we support you and the other workers out there in Barbados. We will not turn a blind eye, and we will never, ever leave you standing in the wilderness, ladies and gentlemen. And you can take that from me as a proud member of the Barbados Labour Party. We have done a lot of good in this country. I ain't want to take you back to the Tenantry Freehold Purchase Act. But the one thing that I must commend, and since he was in the cabinet at the time, the Barbados Labour Party for doing, and it is a master stroke that you don't hear the trade union movement talking about, because you know where their loyalties lie. You don't hear them talking about these things. But I want to tell you that the one thing, and Senti, like I said, was part of the cabinet. The Barbados Labour Party cabinet approved legislation to amend the Constitution of Barbados. They went to the Parliament and with a constitutional majority amended the Constitution so that people like you and others working in the public service would never have to be subjected to any salary cut in Barbados. And you know, this is a party with a vision, because we visualize that someday the people will grow tired and weary of you. But we never wanted to ensure, never ever wanted to have what happened between 1991 and 1994 to happen again, as far as it related to the cut in workers' salaries, ladies and gentlemen. And we did the right thing. Could you imagine if we had not done, if the Barbados, your great and beloved political institution, had not done that, what would have happened today, ladies and gentlemen? They would have been out there, and they would be sending home people, and they would be cutting salaries, ladies and gentlemen, because we don't know where it is going to finish. We don't know where it is going to end. And I say to you that even though we don't know where it's going to end, we know one thing, that the Barbados Labour Party has a proud and distinguished record of protecting you, the workers. And the trade union movement will not talk about the amendment and the significance of that. But they will want to join with other interested parties and to suggest, look, we have a problem with overstaff and we have to go. And I hear this nonsense about wages and salary accounting for 50% of the government's revenue. Well, look, it is a simple thing. If you knew the public service was overstaffed in 2008 when you won the government, Democratic Labour Party, you shouldn't have added any more. If you felt so, that it is hypocritical. It is the height of hypocrisy for any Democratic Labour Party member to suggest to you, the people of Barbados, that the public service is overstaffed. When they came to office, go and check the numbers, when they came to office and they increased the public service. They did it. So don't come now and pretend that you have an issue with the wage bill being 50% of government's revenue. I say to you, you would have known that was a problem in 2008. But you added to the problem. So you can't be so hypocritical to come now and suggest that you have a problem with the wage bill. But you know, you could also have a problem with the wage bill if your revenue is deteriorating. Because you know, you can use the argument both ways. You can argue that the wage cost is going up as a percentage of revenue because your revenue is shrinking. But when it suits them, they will say and do what they have to say. I say to you, it is wrong and it is reprehensible for the government to be sending home 3,000 plus workers in this country. It is wrong and it's reprehensible. I know the people will deal with them in due course. But don't come to the people of Barbados and tell the people of Barbados that, you know, have to look to the private sector for jobs. Well, I don't know how many jobs the private sector can offer the people of Barbados. Because I also know that if you are investing in a country, you do so not at the expense of your balance sheet, but you also do so if you have confidence. And we know confidence is lacking. We know that because whenever I walk through the constituency next door, if I driving on my way to work, people calling me. If you meet people here walking the streets, they're telling you, look, my mate here and try and see if you can get rid of this government. That is the refrain throughout Barbados. Don't care wherever you go. Am I wrong or am I right? That is the refrain in this country. And if you tell me that the people don't have confidence in this government, the DLP government, and if I'm also to believe that enterprises are under pressure in this country, and they will be under further pressure, because if you take 3,000, 4,000, or 6,000, or wherever the number can end up, you will have less money circulating in the economy. And the small people like the people in the salon, the nail technicians, the people you have to go at the shop and buy food from, the people you can go and buy clothes from, ladies and gentlemen, they too sooner rather than later will feel the pressure and collapse. So when you bring private enterprises under pressure, what are you saying to the people? What are you saying to the people? And then when you have a policy that you want to operate not on a level playing field in the tourism sector, and it is the one sector that we really need to get working in order to lift the country out of the ruin, ladies and gentlemen. But you have a policy. You have a policy that favors one, but the others cannot benefit, ladies and gentlemen. What are you saying to investors in the business, be it local or foreign, ladies and gentlemen? And that is the problem we have to deal with. And if you're talking about investment, you have to create an environment of confidence. And if you don't create an environment of confidence, ladies and gentlemen, there is nowhere that people who you want to come and invest in this country will come and invest in this country. But you know, they say so on the one hand, and yet on the other hand, the government decides that they must enter the investment market. Almond Beach should have gone to private interest. The government stepped in and said, no, we want to take over and we can run it through BTI. But I want to know And at some point in time, they're going to have to tell us how much money they're losing down there. And they said to you that they had to do it because they wanted foreign exchange. And they said to you they had to go and they have to give a blanket approach to concessions to the other entity on the other side. And what has happened? But there must be fairness, ladies and gentlemen. But I say to you, and I must obey the chair. And I could tell you a lot more. But I know that you do not have any confidence in the Democratic Labour Party. Do you have confidence in the Democratic Labour Party? Well, if you don't have confidence in the Democratic Labour Party, other elements out there don't have confidence in the Democratic Labour Party. The 70,000 plus people who voted, approximately 70,000 people who voted for the Barbados Labour Party, they too don't have confidence in the Democratic Labour Party. Well, if you don't have confidence in a government, what should happen? And if we have to do what we have to do, we will do what we have to do. Within the law, of course. Within the law. And if I have to go and buy a few Nike softwares, ladies and gentlemen, because I might be called upon to do what I have to do within the law, I will do it, because this government certainly is the worst government we've ever had. So, I can go on and I can go on and I can go. I had made some notes here, but poor me didn't get a chance to speak to the notes. But I say to you, but let me tell you, before I wrap up, let me tell the people at Michael West Central. I was there with you yesterday. I'm here with you today. And I will be there with you tomorrow. So, all the political coups that they want to do in the Democratic Labour Party by using people, and you can hear it this week, later this week, but I will deal with it later this week. That when they want to send operatives in an attempt to see if they can pull votes from the Democratic Labour Party, from the Barbados Labour Party, sorry, we will deal with that. But I want to say to you, to the people of St. Michael West Central, I am not going anywhere. I am staying with you for the long haul. It may be expensive, but it don't bother me. I will stay with you. And I want you, by extension, to stay with the Barbados Labour Party. Stay with the great leaders of the Barbados Labour Party. Stay with Mayor Mottley and her team in Parliament and outside of Parliament. I want you, when we call upon you, to rub your shoulders and let us do what we have to do within the confines of the law, because we have no confidence in this government. This government must go. We have to rid the Barbados Labour Party, the Democratic Labour Party, from this land. I thank you, ladies and gentlemen.
Excellent, excellent. You know, I am a proud supporter of youth. And when you match in Gooding-Edghill with the chalk and cheese they got, that's the better man. But we believe in democracy. The people spoke, but they will soon speak again. We would like, please, for the driver of MU 407, kindly remove your vehicle from the entrance of somebody's house who wants to go out. Please, we don't want anybody now to say the Labour Party people are indisciplined. They have no heart. By Sunday evening, they want to go to the hospital, whatever, and they block money. We don't want that. We're not accustomed to that. And that is the reason why people can't fathom us in the way that they would the Democratic Labour Party, who has so many problems. I'm going to introduce you to another speaker. But when I saw Monday, February the 3rd newspaper, I should go to the one before that. Saturday Sun, February the 1st, the first day of the month, the shortest month in the year. Union hits back. But the part that bothered me were these people at NHC crying their belly out with a government that told you nobody ain't getting sent home. People on the Saturday morning paper crying their hearts out, for they know not what they will do now that they have been sent home unceremoniously. And these jokers that say they make up a DLP government still got the seats. Time will tell, because the people of Barbados will speak again. But when I looked at February the 3rd, that was the day of my mother's birthday. People crying Saturday morning from Friday when they got the letters that really almost moved some of their hearts away. And then I see some people in the Democratic Labour Party laughing. How could human beings that say they care about people, those damn lying people, be laughing in a newspaper like this? But you know what? That fella there in the yellow, he got his trump card. They have to let heads roll among them because the people of Barbados are suffering, and suffering in a sad way. I have a gentleman I'm going to bring to you who is an advocate. But before I say that, I should say the people of St. Michael West Central are waiting. And I believe that Ian Gooding-Edghill, the former senator, will make a difference in their lives and look after their needs in the way the Labour Party has done it for all the years that we have had parliamentary representation. I bring a man to you who is going to speak. He does the advocacy for the Future Center Trust in St. Thomas. Tell the truth, it is so near to a big dump. And I am waiting. I am waiting to see what will happen there. But I want Mr. Kammie Holder to speak to you. And I just want to remind you that the Democratic Labour Party has destroyed every aspect of development in this country. Every aspect of lives, including families that are broken now. As a result, poor Hallam Day in St. Philip, he gone. The partner gone, the stepson gone, 3 in one household. And you all here don't hide from no camera now, because I understand, it is alleged, let me say it that way, that the list went to constituency offices for people to vet them, constituency offices that belong to that party. And people look and say, Cynthia, for let she go along, she's a BLP though, whatever. Mary Jane, oh, she's a BLP rat too. Because they don't say anything good about us, you know. And that is what bothers me worse than anything else. More than anything else, the cheap political level that the Dems have dropped to. When Queen Elizabeth Hospital look there falling apart. Infection all over the place. And in National Housing with some houses that David Thompson, I don't know where they put me to chair for. In 2000, August 27, 2000, report on the budget. No, it would have been his annual conference. He said, look at the 2x4 slave huts being built by the government at Briar Hall and Apes-Hill. When they went no Lancaster yet. When they went by the river yet. The river is St. Philip. And you know what? There are more spots in Dingstown. Thank God for George Payne when he went to acquire those lands to be able to help for housing for working class people and middle class people. And I heard the minister with my 2 ears say, those spots are going at $35 a square foot. The Democratic Labour Party told you $5. $5, and now they got spots in Dingstown. And David Thompson said, look at the 2x4 slave huts being built by the government at Briar Hall and Apes-Hill. This was at his annual conference, Sunday, August the 27th, 2000. I'm going to give over to this goodly gentleman who has chosen to come here. He is not political. And we are such a proud party that can attract the attention of Barbadians at all levels, despite their persuasions. This gentleman, who is not political, will speak to you about the Future Center Trust, and I'm sure there are other aspects of the environment that he may want to speak to. Mr. Kammie Holder will now speak with you. Please welcome him warmly.
Good evening, Madam Chairman. I bring greetings to you from the chairman of the environmental NGO, which is nonpartisan, from the chairman and the board of directors. I am Kammie, the son of a bricklayer and an agricultural worker. I see it as necessary to participate in our democracy and to speak on our ill-conceived, myopic, unsustainable waste energy plan. For me not to speak would be a complete betrayal of the legacy entrusted to us by our ancestors. The price of silence is a debt which is not easily repaid and becomes a generational curse. I will not for once squander that legacy. Danger call. The Weekend Nation, 20th August 2005. Oil spill, not that bad. Weekend Nation, 23rd May 2005. Arawak upgrading to cut emissions. Weekend Nation, 4th September 2009. Arawak implements dust control. Nation, 5th June 1999. Those four headlines dealt with some serious environmental issues that can imperil the health of each and every one of us. The government seems hell-bent on bringing what is known as a plasma gasification waste-to-energy plant in Barbados in the year of 2014. Incineration is not waste-to-energy, but is waste of energy because it wastes 4 times more energy than it produces. When those resources must be produced from raw material instead of being recycled and composted, waste energy is actually a PR term, which is called greenwashing. The reality is that incinerators waste 3 to 5 times more energy than recovery. According to the latest Environmental Protection Association data, trash incineration releases 2.5 times more carbon dioxide emissions. Continuing to use incineration is not the best option. For one, it does not encourage recycling. Let me share some stats with you. 70% of municipal waste is recyclable in Barbados. And let me share it with you. That top, buckets, grandma's potty, Tetra Pak containers, cardboard boxes, drink stoppers, ink cartridges, construction demolition waste, green waste, which is tree trunks and coconut shells, batteries, old cars, glass, plastic, and other e-waste such as computers, printers. Tell me what is not recyclable in Barbados. Thus, it boggles the mind that in 2014, in abundance of sunshine raining on Barbados, that a government would want to enter an arrangement on what is known as BOLT, which is Build, Operate, Lease, and Transfer, which to me is like having a credit card and you're maxing your credit card. At some point in time, you have to pay. Now, this $377 million that they're going to use on this BOLT arrangement is projected to generate $939 million. And to me, that's going to be pie in the sky. This same waste energy technology is new to the world, especially plasma gasification. And I asked the question, why is it that there are only 3 plants of such construct in the world today? How many of you know of the perils or the agony that persons in Chacahal experience on a daily basis? I took it upon myself to visit Chacahal today. And there are persons who are breathing in stuff that's not so good for their lungs. There is something called PM 2.5. All PM 2.5 is a particulate matter or dust particle, which is 100 times smaller. I repeat, 100 times smaller than the head of a needle. The lungs does not filter PM 2.5. Another consideration must be taken in. What about our water supply? Waste energy plants have a byproduct which is known as furans and dioxin. The fellows are claiming that this type of plant will not be doing such. However, I took it upon myself on Friday to visit the nation and did some research. And when the harassment plant was about to be commissioned, they spoke about cutting-edge technology. But 20-something years afterwards, you have the issue where in an article, they're speaking about dealing with it dust. Fukushima, my friends, was not supposed to happen. Chernobyl, my friends, were not supposed to happen. Neither did Bhopal, but we know the consequences of it. We have in our midst the Gravesend oil spill, which has not been sorted, caught up in dispute. We have farmers at Peggle Bogs who are reaping just 1 iron from an acre of land, whose lives have been destroyed. We have the dust at Green Hill. Another peril to our health. Can we leave it to our politicians to take care of our environmental concerns? No, I say no. I am not a lone wolf. I am no Che Guevara. I am no Martin Luther King. All I am saying to each of and one of you is that we must take ownership of what's happening around us. Do not wait for somebody from Trinidad or busted from Africa to do it for you. I am saying we need to agitate without violating. Let me say something to you. I don't know how many of you realize that we now pay for garbage collection in Barbados. Have you all realized that? In Dominica, you pay for your garbage to be collected on your light bill. We now pay for it on our land tax and the municipal tax. Now, let me share, because my thing is to share with you and let you make your own decisions this evening. As I said to you, the Future Center Trust is a non-partisan organization. Our current waste stream in Barbados is 1,200 tons daily. A waste energy plant of that size needs approximately between 500 to 600 tons on a daily basis. Currently, 70% of what we generate is recyclable. If my math serves me correct, that's 840 tons. Where will they get the additional tonnage to feed that energy hog from? We either going to have to import it. I understand that they are looking at probably importing garbage. I don't know, because it's the biggest secret. It's a state secret. Lost my train of thought. Anyhow, so it's 840 tons. One of the things I heard also, and I can only say I heard because we have not been given any information, and this is after writing 3 letters to the government and doing a full-page ad in the newspaper. Not one response. They're talking about using river taurine. Some people call it maramosi, as well as the burning of tires. But I say to you, that will also be insufficient. So, what is the other option? Importation of garbage. And who will pay for that importation of garbage? These are the questions that have not been answered. Today, I came here reluctantly, because only yesterday I got a call saying, but you know what? You coming here will be perceived as being partisan. But as I said, my social responsibility is to future generations. And I will not squander that, not for once. My freedom of speech is never for rent or hire. You know what? The late Professor Oliver Headley have cutting-edge research which speaks to every 120 square feet of surface that sunlight penetrates, producing as much as 3 kilowatts of energy. Let me repeat. The late Professor Oliver Hedley did research, which is used by the Nigerians and others, even Saudi Arabia, for their solar farms, where each 120 square feet or 12 by 10 area can give you as much as 3 kilowatts from solar panels on your roof. $377 million can provide 29,000 households with power plants of solar power. I repeat, $377 million can provide 29,000 households with 3 kilowatts of energy, because you're looking at volume discounts. And I asked for the figures, and those are the figures I got. So if the government is seriously thinking about a green economy, you don't burn waste. You encourage persons to recycle. So they're paying lip service. And you know what? My back is broad. And I'm willing to take my lashes. Because I'm a Barbadian, and we're supposed to practice participatory democracy, and I will participate in my democracy. I will not be silenced. I will not be. All I'm saying is that the risk, as it relates to this waste energy plant, is severe. The people in Checker Hall, St. Lucie, have got to know representation. The question begs, who is monitoring our water supply? How many of you are aware that there's something called MBTE, which is an anti-knocking agent used in gasoline that's water soluble? Who tests our water for that? It's water soluble. Who tests our air quality? My thing, if we cannot manage vehicle exhaust emissions or even water quality, who is going to manage our police? This waste energy plant? These are the questions we must ask our politicians. We cannot take our health for granted. I am tired of hearing this tired cliche. We are more than a society. If you're more than a society, we must allow persons to participate in their democracy. You don't allow the Future Senate Trust to send you 3 letters. You do a full-page letter. You make a call to have a meeting to discuss, because I prefer dialogue. And you do not even respond. It's not right. The Future Senate Trust cannot support the plasma gasification plant. We just cannot, because there are too many unanswered questions. As I said earlier, we do not know if we're going to have to pay for the waste. We don't know what is the carrying capacity of our soil. Yes, there are byproducts from the plasma gasification, like different slugs which can be used in construction waste. But what is the biological carrying capacity of our soil? Will we have to pay for garbage collection more? Who will monitor our air quality? In China, there are cities called, or villages called cancer villages, because of the same particulate. Nobody tests for those things in Barbados. And what is even shocking, if you seek to get it from the government environmental department, it's really like a state secret. They want to know why and who you are, and they refuse to give you the information. And I think as a citizen of this country, I have the right to know. And these are the things that we need to agitate against. I dread the day when someone as passionate as I am have to lie in front of a bulldozer or jump in a wharf in a suit to get attention. It should not have to come to that. Politicians come to us during election time and they engage us. They find time for us. All we want to know is why, what, where, and when as it relates to this waste energy plan. And what really shocked me is speaking to a minister in the current government who said to me, it's a foregone conclusion. So here's it, that they've signed off on this plan. There has not been any environmental impact assessment study discussed with the people at Arch Hall or even Hinds-Layne. Have not those persons at Hinds-Layne and Arch Hall suffered sufficient? And I have not been hearing sufficient enough from even the representatives in those areas. I am saying, please add your voice to my voice. I cannot do it alone. Future Senate Trust cannot do it alone. We are all volunteers. United we stand, divided we shall all perish. Just remember that. United we stand, divided we shall all perish. And I implore you, speak up and speak out. There is too many persons in Barbados who have this hidden fear, unrealized fear. Barbados is one of the best democracies. Every day you get on brass stats here, people cursing everybody. I am saying curse for the right reason. So I want to say again on behalf of the chairman and the board of Future Senate Trust, I want to say a special thank you for the Barbados Labour Party to inviting us to have this presentation. Okay? So thank you.
I am sure that you can do better than that, because Kammie has just cited a number of areas which I think we as Barbadians need to be well prepared and well educated so that we can be in the vanguard of helping to minimize some of the illnesses and the devastation that may occur as a result of the things that we take for granted in the air. I'm not going to talk about what is happening in Kingarden, because that too is to go over to Mangrove Landfill. But you know what? This government is so discourteous and disrespectful. For a man like Kammie, who is not political, to have written that kind of correspondence and to have made those calls just seeking audience, it says to me that those who are at the forefront of the planning know not what they do. You know, in the Bible, Jesus told the folks, forgive them, for they know not what they do. We got to do that with the Dems, because this is extremely significant what is being said. And I know what happened to the folks at Kingarden with the fire last year, March. And I know what is happening now. And therefore, we need to come out and spend some time to hear and to gather information of this kind and to be as support systems to help to ensure that we have an environment that is free from any of those activities, any of those agents that will further impact on our health. The emotional stress from the Dems is enough. We don't want what is happening now. Now, welcome, Mr. Kerrie Symmonds, my neighbor, all of Redmond's Village and Bagatelle and my stomping ground, and David Symmonds' stomping ground, and Tom Adams one. Now it's Kerrie's stomping ground. We are glad to have him here as well. I thought that Kammie's presentation was excellent, and I am happy that I have been here to hear. And I want to take this opportunity to ask him to make it his business sometime to come to speak to my people and to make them better aware as to what is happening, and we will do our reading, and the whole Labour Party can get an evening of him alone or the other resource persons with him, because I think it is important that we sustain our society and that we do it with freeness of health. Free health in the sense that we are free from the cancer and the other aspects of ill health that will impact on our lives. I have another little statement I will make. When in 2000 and August 27 again. Here, the late David Thompson. I got to talk about you, know, because you hate me like poison. You hate me like poison. I never hit anybody yet. Not a man. And I'm not saying that any man hit me either, because he will be where Thompson is. But I want you, ladies and gentlemen, to hear this piece. He told the Dems they have bought every single Dem that was available for purchase. Kerrie, I know if you mean you, but I know who pay you, saying. Because you came willingly, because you can tolerate the nonsense. They have emasculated the NDP. But in spite of all of that, they are not happy. Neither are they comfortable. I wish he were here to see his bunch now. He said they know the role that money played in the last election. Well, we know the role that money played in the last election, especially they're here too. You know, the more things change, the more they remain the same. They also know that money will not do the trick next time around. There's an old adage, if you deceive me once, shame on you. Twice, shame on me. So I say shame on me that the Dems is the government today, to drive us in the gutter and to bring us to the level that Barbadians have not seen in so many years. I was born many moons ago, and I knew what it is like to be raised in a poor environment. But you know what? We had love. We had food. We looked out for our neighbors, and we did not want any welfare or any mendicant situation for us to survive. But this Democratic Labour Party has pushed the people of Barbados to the lowest ebb when they have sought to send home people. And the God is my judge. After the last election in February last year, I said to Wendy and my crew, this is 1991 all over again. But you know that I didn't anticipate it would be worse. I could not imagine thousands of people going home, thousands of people being pilloried, and a government that has taxed us to the maximum in every sphere of life. Hold on. One day coming soon. The Barbados Labour Party will take the reins of this country again and will put you on a path for progress. It will put you on a path that will bring you peace and tranquilities in your home at night, and tranquility in your home at night. It will give you the courage to stand up for what is right in the democratic society that our forefathers have helped us to form. I am saddened tonight because I have constituents who have been sent home. But you know they get sent home, the St. Thomas ones fairly first. Fairly early, they're going to look up the St. Thomas one, or anyone that is a Labour Party person in any constituency. But fear not, God is still the Lord, and he never fails us. And I want to bring to you tonight a man who, if you perhaps stick him, you will see B come out. The B will be blood, and mixed up in there is Barbados Labour Party. He has been working tirelessly in Barbados, not carrying the Labour Party flag in the area where he worked, but he offered service in the same way that Walter Maloney offering his service. But I know that his was better. He has been out there ensuring that a house would have been properly put over people's heads. He would have been out there in St. Joseph working for Dale Marshall and Sir Richard Cheltenham and people of that caliber, because he understood the role of the Barbados Labour Party for a better life for the people. And to think that this man, who has in 3 months short of 15 years, would have been one of the first, on the 1st of February, for the Dems to hand him a paper and say, go long home. A man whose mother was 100 years in December. In November. I was off the island, yes, that's true. In November. Even if I make her a month younger, she's still 100. 100 years in November. A man with a family. A man with a future. And he too has been given the walking papers. And members of families and friends, as the Democratic has it, families first, and the Fatty Craft group are still working in the National Housing Corporation. Some only going 2 years, some going a year. They are still at base where the government for more than a year has been paying $2.4 million on average per month for people who, I am not angry with people working, you know, I love to see people work. And I'm not saying that any of those people were shirkers, but there was no money in the budget to pay $2.4 million per month to the National Housing Corporation workers. But this man that was in there for all those years, more than a decade and a half, is now on the breadline. I am going to give to you, because he can better tell his story to you. And it hurts me, not only because I know him, but I don't know the other 4 or 5,000. I don't know the woman at school meals that when they call on the phone the Friday evening and told her, the principal, tell her come to the phone, and she came. Well, don't turn up for work Monday morning. Your services are terminated. The woman do so. If they didn't have the decorative blocks, that woman would have fallen and hit the back part of her head. Thank God she's still alive today, and there's hope for her too. But she's only one out of more than 3,000, and the jinx are going to bet you. If you start calculating now, we got about 10,000 people that would have gone home between 2012 and now. And by the time the private sector is reeling, because the persons who have gone home can't spend, more people will go home. But let us pray and ask God ease the tension in Barbados. I introduce to you Ivor Hoyt, a resident and a member of the constituency branch of St. Joseph, who is going to tell you his story. Please don't only look and listen. Remember him and his family in your prayers and ask God's guidance to help to strengthen him and all others, that they can continue in another opportunity to make their contribution to the growth and development of Barbados. Please give him a rousing applause as you have all others here this evening.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good evening, comrades. Like she said, my name is Ivor Hoyt. But I wonder when it was advertised why they referred to me as a fired national housing worker. The Barbados Labour Party like to protect people. They can't protect me anymore because I get fired again. And I feel good I don't have to hide behind the corridors to hide from the Democratic Labour Party government. I was first introduced to the Barbados Labour Party as a young 18-year-old by 1970 by a man called Hugh Cadogan. And he introduced me to the late, great Granny Adams, who was the representative of St. Joseph. And he spoke to me at the time of a very heavy baritone voice. I don't know how many of you have ever heard Granny Adams speaking. His voice was very solid. When he shook my hand, he said, "You are with the right party. I hope you don't stumble and fall." And I inculcated those words into my mind, and I particularly remember him in joining the Barbados Labour Party. I went in 1978. I joined the Transport Board. And on joining the Transport Board, 6 months after being a clerical officer there in the operations department, I was promoted to a supervisor at the Transport Board. I can see some of the faces in here who worked with me at the Transport Board. I trained conductors, I trained drivers, I trained what you call the spies, which would have been the inspectors at the Transport Board. 1992, after spending 14 years at the Transport Board, there was a gentleman, I should call his name because he's departed now, not that I'm telling lies on him. The same day that my first child was born, he said to me, "Hoyt, the government make it easy for me to send you home. There's nothing you can do." I received a letter the next day. And the following day, I received another letter asking me or forbidding me trespassing on the compound of Transport Board. I called Henry Ford in his office. He said, I will forget the severance letter. Bring that one to me. When I showed him, he said, we're going to court with this. I sued the transport board. Before that, let me give you a history of the Democratic Labour Party and why they target me. There was a gentleman there named Arnie Walters who was the personnel officer. He did everything within his power as personnel officer to get rid of Ivor Hoyt. I was recommended by the Barbados Workers Union to a seminar, a one-week seminar. There were 3 of us. And once my name went to his table, his desk, it sent back down with my name erased, not he. But a lady who was working in my department, she was given the okay to go. And I was told that every night you could see MF 541 owned by the Transport Board, the government of Barbados, up there. And he wasn't on the seminar. I came home in 1992. Went back into government at the BAMC because I am a trained bench chemist. You know, I went to BAMC, and when I got there the next time, you know, I look around, I see Arnie Walters there again. I drove BAMC car, got into an accident at night because of coming off of dry into a corner, road wet. Car slid, car hit. Over a year, it took him to decide what to do with me. There is a workers' union of the Barbados, the supervisors of the Barbados Crop Association, something like that. The people knew me, and they elected me as the secretary to confront Walters and the sugar industry, not in a vagabond way. That's it. You know, Arnie Walters, listen, he had an accident. You know what I know he, get rid of he, I gone. When they fired me from the transport board, my little boy didn't ask to come. I had to provide for him. I cried. Honestly, the first time I've been fired in my life, I cried. I had a mortgage, not big. I asked how it's going to come. I cried. In 1978, a lady from the Life of Barbados, and it was then, came to me, and I took out an insurance policy with the company. And it worked for 11 years, and the accrued, what do you call it again? Cash, surrender value. I had to surrender that to make sure that my little boy did not suffer because he wasn't responsible. I cried. I was home for 2 years, 2 months, not knowing what to do. I saw an ad in a paper, and I said I will apply. When I got to the interview, I said, I can't use the term here. I come to this. You know what the job was? Taking up a box with merchandise and walking through Barbados, asking people to buy. But I did that not for me, for my son, who wasn't able or capable of providing for himself. I decided I was going to do that, and I will not beg or I will not ask any person to support him. It was my responsibility that he get something, and whatever it was, as long as I can support him, I was prepared to do it. I got run away from Transport Board. I got run away from BAMC. I joined housing in 2000. Arnie Walters wasn't there. God bless him. And I worked. I am sure that I would have been doing the things that the National Housing Corporation asked me to do. If you check my record at the National Housing Corporation, I doubt, and I will put my neck to the block, that you will find 10 days absence apart from vacation at the National Housing on my record. Never used to be sick, would not declare sick. And I worked and I made sure that I was loyal to my commitment to the National Housing Corporation. But believe you me, what hurt me most on the 31st of January, 2 Fridays ago, not me being sent home, was those persons, young person into the establishment for the first time. A lady, a young girl at 25, 26, somewhere around there, she said the government told me they are not going to send home any person, and I went and got a mortgage, and look what they do. When she was given the letter, she was the first person that was handed a letter, and she literally collapsed on the ground, not knowing where to get the money to honor her debt to the mortgage finance company that gave her that mortgage. And you know the ironic thing about it? On the same floor that she was handed the letter is the same floor of the management and the same floor as Walter Maloney, and he was not there. Walter Maloney never showed up to give solace to any of the workers who were sent home. He never showed up to give comfort to any person. And the people at National Housing were in there crying. People who retained their jobs were crying, eyes are red and weeping, because they have never seen anything like that before. People upstairs, people downstairs, you just walk, traverse the offices, people crying, and Walter Maloney is not there. Walter Maloney, I heard him on the radio, I saw him in the papers, saying that the workers will not be disadvantaged, the union will not sit back and allow the workers to be disadvantaged. Walter Maloney asked the people of the country, those who are in the public service, to restrain yourself and don't ask for a pay increase, because you are not going to be sent home. And this is where I say that the workers' union of this country has masturbated the minds of the people of this country. Because once the first letter was issued, Walter Maloney should have said to the government, you gave me your word, I stuck by it. I asked the people not to ask for an increase. No, I am going to walk. You have to hire them or you will fall. He should have brought the government to its knees. I remember in 1970 or 79, a young Prime Minister, Tom Adams, had to fight with the Barbados Telecommunications Office. It was Bartel, the communications, for one man called David Joyce. Barbados was brought to its knees for one man. And you have a union that is seeing 3,000 people going home in 2014, and they say we can't walk. And the General Secretary has the audacity, the temerity, the compulsion to say that a person who is not a temporary worker don't have no job. Well, I want to ask the General Secretary something. If you are a temporary worker and you don't have a job, why were you paid? And if you are a temporary worker and you were paid by management, why did they pay you? And if you are a temporary worker and the management pay you, isn't that something that should be investigated? Because something tell me it's a misappropriation of funds. I just started. I would like to talk about the union, but she tell me come home. No, I am an obedient child. I'm obedient. But I want you. It is not for the Barbados Labour Party to get up and walk. It is not for the Barbados Labour Party to fight the plight of the people. It is the people who put their money in the workers' union that ought to be representing them. And it is the union that owes the people of Barbados, because they deceive the people of Barbados also. And you should be made to give back the people their money that you took from them. I could continue to talk, but I am asked to come home. And I will come home. There's much more I can say. I'm an obedient child. Now, now, ladies, now, let me just continue. If there is any person that is a temporary worker that should be going home, it's Walter Maloney. Walter Maloney was in the job that he is in for less than 6 years. Walter Maloney presided against a man who was there that people can go to at any time. How many of you know Coppin? Who's Coppin here? Coppin from Glen office. He was sent home. I don't remember but he was bitterly victimized. Coppin gone, Walter took over the job. Less than 5 years as a temporary worker. He's still working. He should be first to go. Not me who put in 15 years. Other persons that supported the Barbados Labour Party, 14, 15, 16 years, gone home. And you know the ironic thing of it? There were 3 persons in my department. One from St. Lucie, one from St. Joseph, one from St. Philip. But you know the only one that gone home? The one from St. Joseph, because they know I represent and I shall continue to represent the Barbados Labour Party until I fall. The other 2 are supporters of the Democratic Labour Party. What hurt me most, though, when I was handed the letter and the undignified way in which it was done. The gentleman came to me, tears are flowing. I said, man, don't cry. I'll be good. I prepared for this. He cried. The financial controller called me on Monday, and she relayed a story to me. I said, well, I'm okay. I will survive. I went home. I told my old lady, was 100 in November the 27th last year. And she said to me, Ivor, if I have to give you all my pension, you're going to live. I said, Mommy, it isn't going to come to that. I prepared for the wet days. And I shall survive. If the Dems live, I too shall live. I ain't kill nobody. The police not looking for me. No mortgage agency has any debt collectors looking for me. I am free. And I feel freer today that I can come and address you. And I have to think what is going to happen to me tomorrow. Because I am in a free, like the gentleman said, democracy. And I shall exercise that right so long as I have breath in my body. And I am going to tell you this. Now that I have free time on my hand, you are going to see and hear Ivor Height. You are going to see and know who is the real, true Ivor Height. And I tell you, tell the Dems, I coming because they are not going to like what I am going to say or do. I am not going to defame. I am not going to belittle the Barbados Labour Party. But I am going to make sure that the people of this country get what is duly theirs, true representation. I am not going to go into politics. I am not here for that. But I only want to ask one question. Do you think any minister of Tom Adams or Eric Barker get up and say, I challenging you, I am creating a revolt in your cabinet, I want you to listen to me, and you still got a job? You think that can happen to those men? You think it can happen to Oina? What? Look, as Gabby said, one day coming soon. And one day coming soon, the people will wake up. I hope when the people wake up, not only the day will, but that we will have those who are able to stand up and be counted and be reckoned and say, I want to reclaim my country that has become the laughing stock of the Caribbean. I want you to tell the people that Barbados will not fall. We, within the gravity of the law, will do what is expedient and what is right to rescue the perishing souls of this country that have become the laughing stock of the Caribbean. I remember in 1991, those of you who remember Nights Limited on Broad Street, I was in there shopping and there were two men from Trinidad. One said, the rock crack, the wall is coming down. And I looked back at them with an expletive I dare not use. And asked them what you're doing in Barbados. He said, when again crumble, the dollar again fall, and we don't want it in Trinidad. I was asked to leave Nights Limited. If only I could have found a blind man's stick, I would have been probably still in Dodds. At that time, it was prison in Blenderry. You cannot come into my country and laugh at me. You cannot come into my country where we have the best leaders in the Caribbean. Now, when I speak, I am excluding, because we don't know who is the Prime Minister of this country. We have one by virtue of the statue, but we don't know who is leading the country. But I am saying, the Prime Minister of St. Vincent once declared that Owen Arthur is easily the best leader in the Caribbean. And he said that whatever has to be done to economies within the region, Owen Arthur is there. Tell me of any one of the Caribbean leaders that we call Chris Sinclair or from that Stewart to help them out. But I tell you again, count your blessings. Hold on. The old people tell you time longer than twine, and it shall surely be shortened. I ask you to stay with the Barbados Labour Party. Let your voices be heard. Traverse the streets. Bring out your banners. Bring out your clothes. Bring out whatever you have, and to support the Barbados Labour Party as they go on rescue mission. God bless you. Good night. I thank you.
This is the People's Assembly. Please give Ivor another rousing round of applause for his courage. I know that there are others in this room who have been given letters too, who are suffering because they got no money. So their light bill, water bill, and so on are outstanding today. But God is the Lord, and He is going to bring you through despite whatever challenges this Democratic Labour Party is going to put you through. Hold the fort. The People's Assembly and the Rubbing Shoulders program that we do will bring you into stark focus. And as Ivor said, stand up for democracy. The people in South Africa did it, and they got the right to vote. Grantley Adams and his team did it. One man, one vote, adult suffrage. And today we are proud Barbadians who will take the franchise and use it to the best of our ability to be able to make whatever change we have to make in putting Barbados first and moving forward. I want to acknowledge at this time some of my colleagues, as far as I can see them. Ms. Lynette Eastman, St. Philip the West. She got to take on that pit bull. St. Philip West does not take a big axe to cut down a big tree. Empty vessels make the most noise. Lynette Eastman has to take out the pit bull. Sandra Husbands, St. James South, another woman in the Barbados Labour Party. And we can speak proudly of our women and the contributions they have made in this party and will continue to make with God's help. Joe Adderley, Reverend Joseph Adderley, St. Michael West. Peter Phillips, St. Lucy, another bright star. You should have heard him last week, Thursday night in St. Lucy. Wilfred Abrams, Christchurch East. And Wilfred, I hope you were here in time to hear Kammie and those environmental challenges that he cited, because we have to deal with it as a government and as a people. Give us the time. I'm not going to talk much more, except to say that we have our next speaker with us. She would have been a part of the teaching profession. She would have been a talk show host. And she is a social commentator. She is a social activist. And she comes this evening to speak to you. And in this Barbados Labour Party, we do not separate people. We embrace. That is why every time I speak, I will tell you about the politics of inclusion that has caused Barbados to rise to a level of maturity second to none under the Right Honourable Wainasa. And this Democratic Labour Party has destroyed the politics of inclusion by separating and segmenting people and treating them unkindly, like they did in the Rural Development Commission. They took out Peter Scott, first working day. They did it as well, Ivor, in 1986 when he was the manager at the Harrison's Cave. Peter Scott. They took out Anis, a general worker at the NCC at that time, with 8 children. Lord have mercy. Thank God for country people looking after one another. But today she is working again. From the time the bell rang in 1994, we won. A general worker was put back. Can you imagine people targeting a general worker? And the situation was nothing like it is now. And those only 2. They took out the director at Urban and put in another unionist, I can say so. Derek Allen is there in Urban, another unionist. When you take out people and you victimize them, the tribalism and the political tribalism, I should say, has to stop. The Labour Party has to stop it. We're not going to be out there stabbing people in the back and pointing and pulling up people and destroying them, because at the end of the day, you have 5 people in the household. The husband might come and tell you when you're canvassing, not about here, we's Dems, we got Chris picture, we got this body picture. And the wife behind the curtain saying, along, don't mind, he all be in here for you otherwise. So 4 in there belong to me, or whoever, Gregory, whoever, and 1 belong to that other person on the other side. So don't let us separate our people where we see venom coming through the bones. And when they speak the language, it startles you. Well, you know about, you don't get curse worse than me. But I got a big broad back here. I'm ready for the brutes on either side. You know why? And on the other side, you know why? Every one of them got skeleton in the closet. Don't trouble me. I will come and start talking about the child care board records. I will come start talking about the duty-free cars. Police ain't get, no teachers ain't get, as the manifesto said. And when I speak, I'm going to speak from a background of knowledge and information. If I'm going to talk about the 5 and 10 man, I will talk about him. But I want to have my information. But you know what? This is the evening for Mrs. Marsha, Hinds-Layne, not me. My branch meeting is next week. And if we have the People's Assembly, quick saw my AGM. And my team is going to be there. Because the Barbados Labour Party is going to be the savior for the people of Barbados again whenever an election is called. So I invite Mrs. Marsha Hinds-Layne to speak to you this evening. As I said, she's a social activist, a woman of great knowledge. And when you hear her speak, I am sure that you can gather information from her that will help you, whether it be in the sphere of education or in aspects of social and political life. Please give her a warm welcome, Mrs. Marsha Hinds-Layne.
Greetings. Good night, everybody. Thank you very much for having extended the invitation to me to be a part of the People's Assembly. I want to say thank you to the Leader of the Opposition and her team for having me here. I have to start the presentation tonight by making a disclaimer, because in my island of Barbados, things that were normal and things that were desirable are now problematic. So, at one point, it was fine for Barbadian people to be passionate. That was a part of who we were. We did everything we did with flair. We did everything we did, and we had people for miles looking at us. That is what we are known for. That is the part of our culture. But all of a sudden now, under Frondell Stewart, passion is treason. So when I heard George Bell the other night talking, when I heard him guiding me as a young person, he was somehow treasonous. When I heard Reverend Morris talking, explaining some of the things that have gone wrong in my society, he was reckless. I have to tell you before I start my presentation, ladies and gentlemen, I'm a passionate woman. We have never complained about that in Barbados before. And I am not afraid. I will be passionate tonight. That is my nature. All I am asking you is that whatever happens, wherever I go, bring me some books and some cigarettes. I'll make it. I want to talk about 3 things with you tonight. But I turn my presentation on its head because I don't want to leave out the solutions. So I am going to put my 2 solutions on the table first and foremost. But it doesn't make sense talking about solutions without talking about leadership and political structures. So I also want to touch on that a little bit. And then finally, I want to leave a rallying call with the people of my generation who are in this room and who are outside this room, who love this country as much as I love this country. But the solutions first. Let's get the easy things out of the way. When people talk about solutions, they make it seem as if it is something that has to be new. But if there are things on the table already that make sense, you have to start with those things. You have to understand the sense of those things. So I am going to tonight make a call which has been made several times before in several different quarters. We have to reform our educational system in this country. It has to be done. People are asking for solutions as if Barbadians have not always engaged in finding solutions to the problems that we have had. It does not take Frondell Stewart, Donville Innes, Esther Carter, or any of them to tell us how to build solutions. We have been doing that for years. I cannot call her Esther Bayasuku because she's a Christian. And I have to help her to be a good Christian by helping her to tell the truth. She's Esther Carter. And that is what I have to call her. Everybody knows that one of the achievements in my life is being the mother of 4 beautiful children. I don't hide that. I'm so proud of it. So proud of it. One of my sons did the common entrance last year, and he passed for Queen's College. One is doing it again this year. I told you I'm a passionate woman. 2 children, one after the other, common entrance. The one that is doing the common entrance this year always has had better marks than the one who passed for Queen's College last year. But he probably will not go to Queen's College. Not because he doesn't have the marks, because the child cannot handle the pressure. So from the time he went into class 3, his marks took a dip. and we haven't been able to get him back out of it. We need to reform our educational system. The common entrance exam is a problem. If we are asking for solutions, let us start there. It is simple. 4,000 children sat the 11 plus last year. Between Queen's College, Harrison College, and St. Michael, there are 360 places. 4,000 children sat the exam. 10% of 4,000 is 400. We do not even have the space for 10% of the children who sit the common entrance to come out with a pass. And don't tell me that all the schools in Barbados are the same. I taught in this country for 8 years. They are not the same, and we know that. We need to reform our educational system to ensure that we are not writing off 3,640 children even before they sit down in a room on a given morning. That is change. That is change. That is the solution. My second solution. We have to change the sports sector in Barbados. We are talking about getting out of this recession. Nobody could bring me here to tell you anything about economics because I don't know nothing about economics. I start what I know. I know education. That is why they start. We have children in Barbados who every year put on some of the most fabulous athletics tournaments that we see across this island. What happens to them by the time they get 21? Where do they go? We have jockeys from Barbados ruling the Canadian circuit, ruling the English circuit. What mechanisms have we put in place to support those jockeys? We have people leaving Barbados and going into American college football, ruling the football. What have we done with our sports sector? We have a Ministry of Sports under a very short individual with one employee. One employee. The solutions are not hard to find. The solutions are inside of us as Barbadians. We know what we need to do. We know that the world needs more sport. We know that the world needs more culture. We know that we have good athletes and we have good cultural industry specialists. But what we need are mechanisms to get what we have to the world. So they asked me for solutions. So I sat down and I came up with those 2 solutions in 30 seconds. But my problem then in there, I had to ask myself, how do we get a change? Because if you're asking me for solutions, it means that we have to change some of the things that we are doing to get closer to where we want to get to. So how do we change something? Because there are some people in this country walking around with a strange type of rhetoric that you can do whatever you want to do in your house. Don't worry about what the government does. You do what you have to do in your house and we will get out of this miraculously. That does not make sense to this child of free education. The government, the political system is important in the process of change. It is necessary. That is why we have it. Change cannot come from the community level or the individual level in education. We have 71 government primary schools in Barbados. You hear them? Government primary schools. I can't get up tomorrow and tell them the curriculum is not right. The government has to be the one to make the policy so that we, the people, can follow. So how do we get the change? It means then that we elect a government and we expect the government to hold the hands of the people to get the changes that we need. So do not tell me that I can do what I want to do in my house and leave the government to tear down my country. That does not make sense to me. So we come to the Democratic Labour Party. And I have to be blatantly honest. And I have to now come away from the politics, come away from the solutions, and just tell you my story. Because in 2008, I was one of the people who walked the length and the breadth of this country. asking people for a change. Correct, somebody know my business. Me and a woman called Alicia Dean. It is true. Walk this country. Not only walk this country, sat down behind doors, crafted a youth manifesto, crafted a ministry of family, crafted integrity legislation, crafted education reform documents, crafted every single youth march that you saw, the rallies with Luciano. Alicia didn't even get blamed for being Luciano woman. We did it all to bring the Democratic Labour Party government to office. We believed in the rhetoric that we had lived 15 years under Oinafa, and we had not known the Democratic Labour Party, so we should give them a chance. It sounded reasonable. There were some things that we were unhappy about, and we decided to give the chance. The day after they won the election, all of the numbers of the people that I was walking through Barbados, begging the people to vote for, I can't get through on none. Donald Innes, Michael Lashley, David Eswick, Esther Carter, Patrick Todd, Ronald Jones. I called everybody. I could not find anybody. You, the workers, are now experiencing what Alicia Dean and I experienced. Because at the end of the day, although I sympathize with you, I am not surprised. I have seen this played out before within the bowels of the Democratic Labour Party on home territory. So when you ask how Donald Innes or Dennis Kelman or any of them can look the workers in their faces now and tell them that their salaries cannot be cut because they have families, while some people no longer even have a minimum wage, I am not surprised. I went through that after crafting the Ministry of Family. It is only obvious. I hear another rhetoric that I don't understand in this country. People talking about political appointees, and the political appointees only want money. If you come into a political party, you come because you have a contribution to make to your country. It is not what the Democratic Labour Party would have you believe, that everybody that comes to politics only wants to make money and be dishonest. Maybe that is what they see in the mirror, but that is not the reality for everybody. So when I was sitting down, hours, days, weeks, crafting speeches, getting home at 1 and 2 o'clock in the morning after speaking on platform after platform after platform. I was not doing it to get rich. I was doing it for the Ministry of Family. I was doing it for integrity legislation. I was doing it for educational reform. I was doing it because I was a damn fool because I didn't get nothing that I was doing it for. To tell you tonight that those of you who are waiting for the Democratic Labour Party to come through for you are waiting in vain. The Democratic Labour Party is a group of ordinary people asking you, the people of Barbados, to do extraordinary things that they cannot even do. They want you to band together as a family. They want you to hold the hands of people who are coming home. They want you to open your hearts and your souls and help people in this country when they cannot even do it for the people who follow them. I want to tell you that the final straw for me was the day that I went to Donville Innes's office in St. James. I had my 2 eldest children with me, my 2 boy children. And I'm saying to him, Donville, this thing is not hitting the ground properly. The country is not happy. We need to do something. Don't ever say those kind of things in the Democratic Labour Party, because they do not like dissenting views. They do not like opposing views. They do not like anything other than yes, sir. So I went to his office and I said to him, I feel like a molested person. You've dug into my mind. You've taken my ideas. And now you have discarded me. It cannot be right. Donville Innes said to me, I'm not seeing any children here. But the thing that hurt me is not that he said that to me, because I am a passionate woman, so I might have heard those things in passing before. What hurt me is that he said it in front of my 2 boy children, and that was the breaking point for me. It took David Eswick 6 years more than me to realize that he is a comfortable, uncomfortable D. Because he says he's comfortable, but he's behaving uncomfortable. So he's a comfortable, uncomfortable D. When you curse me in front of my children, that is the end of the line for me. They will say whatever they want to say. I can get cussed. They could call me a ball pooch cat. That is not a problem. I can get cussed for being here tonight. That is not a problem. But let them know that the same things that I said to them, which were the solutions for this country in 2008, I am now willing to say to the Barbados Labour Party if they are willing to listen to me. I want to finally say to all of the young people in this country who in 2008 walked behind us, walked behind them at the time and begged for change. I want to tell you to look within yourself and ask yourself if you've gotten the change that you walked for. When I got my first job in this country, I was 18 years old. I didn't know nobody and nobody didn't know me. I went and I put my application in at the Parkinson Memorial Secondary School. I had 8 CXCs and an associate degree. I get a job. Now the Democratic Labour Party fuels every single application in this country through a parliament, and then want to tell you the people that looking for political jobs should go and find something else to do, and they shouldn't get vexed when they get sent home. Every job is a political job because that is how they have made it in this country. I was working in 2008, writing letters to the then Prime Minister Oinafa and telling him all about this educational reform and this and that and blah, blah, blah. Nobody never cussed me. Nobody never fired me. We were at variance on certain things, but it was never a problem. How come now as you speak out in this country, you are treasonous, you are reckless? What is going on with my democracy? The young people in this country have to wake up and realize we have the most to lose. When I bought my little starter home up there in the back of St. Philip, again through Oinafa, not that I knew him, but I would say through him, because he started the Barbados Mortgage Finance and told every single 18 to 65-year-old in Barbados, go and get a mortgage and get a house. And I did that. I did that. I didn't need any politician to do that for me. That is how this country was run. That is how this country needs to get back to being run. When I first bought that little house, 1 bedroom, 1 bathroom, 1 living room, but I was young, newly married, and happy as hell. Every day, somebody used to knock at my door. I want to pay you $100,000 for this house. I want to give you $250,000 for this house. You want $300,000 for this house? The last time, the only thing I could hear about this house is, oh dear, this house needs a coat of paint. Nobody didn't want to buy the house. So at the end of the day, I cannot sit down and shut up. Because even if I leave, how am I getting back the money that is invested in that house? I do not want to see my country die. And I will speak, and I will march, and I will do anything I have to do to save my country. I want to thank you for the opportunity that you've given. I want to thank you for the opportunity that you have given me. I will stand with whomever listens to me. I will stand with a strong political and governance structure because that is what my country needs. I started out being the child of a St. Lucie family who was because I didn't know nothing else. I grew up in St. Lucie. But I told you, I now have a mortgage and a house and 4 picnics behind me. I have to open my eyes and I have to do what is necessary. And that is the message that I'm leaving to the young people of Barbados tonight. We have too much invested in this country, and this country has invested too much in us for us to let it down at this point. Ladies and gentlemen, I thank you for entertaining me.
Thank you. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. I told you, powerful women in Barbados who will stand up for what is right despite whatever the consequences. And you do not have to be born in circumstances that a lot of people point a finger to say, oh, you're middle class. We are people who have come through the working class. And I didn't get any free education, but I admire those who have that put it to a proper use. Mrs. Hinds-Layne, thank you sincerely on behalf of the Barbados Labour Party for your courage, because she will be pilloried tomorrow in the same way that Dr. Bell was, in the same way that Professor Howard was, in the same way that Reverend Charles Morris was, in the same way that the media personnel have been, in the same way that Miss Mottley was told straight naked and run down Broad Street. That son of a who cut your hair. You hear me? That thing hurt me to the core. But you know what? Fondell is no better. Because I heard him in a response for the estimates, and I believe it might have been in 2008. Remember one year he told the Right Honorable in Arthur, he gets stripped naked. But he said in the Corinthians story, and I call it sacrilege, I must tell you, blasphemy. When he quoted the Corinthians story in relation to Miss Mottley, and he said when she was a child, she behaved like a child. But now that she has become a man, she has not put away all childish things. That damn speaker did not tell him. Withdraw the remarks. That is what we have stepped up in this Barbados. They ridicule, they disrespect, the pillorying by men and some women who know no better. Lord, help them, for they know not what they do. And then, of course, Marsha, in a sweeping way, talked about poor Miss Fowler. Called a woman a bald push cat. And they targeted Trevor Prescott. And they did some of all kinds of things. They can tell me what they like. I shall be a thorn in their flesh forever, as long as the Lord gives me strength. You know why? God don't like ugly. And somebody has to stand up for the people of Barbados, the Barbados Labour Party, with this team of individuals, and this collective team will stand up against the Democratic Labour Party, who promised us in 2008 pathways to progress. And now we are on the pathway to peril and poverty. The worst government this history has seen. But that is not my night to talk. This is not my night to talk. I shall mount my platform in St. Thomas. I don't care if I get a People's Assembly or not. And I will not in any way scandal anybody's name. We will bring the message to the people, because people all over Barbados need hope. And the government of Barbados under the Democratic Labour Party has destroyed the trust that the people of Barbados put in them. But let me move to the next speaker. An honorable man. He had to work hard for this seat. He too has been dragged into the gutter. I don't want him to curse anybody here tonight, this Sunday night. I don't know if he curses, but I just want to caution him, because you know sometimes the lawyers feel that the boy can't tell them nothing. But I am the chairperson tonight, and I'm begging him, I'm beseeching him, deal with Christopher Stinkler for me. But don't curse him bad. Bring some facts, Kerrie, and show the people of Barbados that you too are a leader in your own rights. And that you left the ranks of the Democratic Labour Party because they treat you just as bad as they treat Marsha and Alicia and them. I don't talk about Alicia at all, because Mrs. You, that I call her sick of you, breached the Employment Rights Bill to have fired, according to what I learned, her personal assistant when she was on vacation. And how can you tell the people out there about it? How do you expect the employers out there to deal with it when you have not led in that respect? Notice what I said. You have not led in that respect by example, according to what information was received. But I know that Kerrie is going to be to the point. And I know that he's going to make a difference. And he told me, give Mrs. Marsha, he told me, give Ivor 5 minutes of his time. I can give you 5 minutes more, Kerrie, once you stick to the topics. And once you fire some licks in here today, yam up down villainous. Chew up Christopher Stinkler, speak the out. Handle Dennis Kelman for me, because he should be down Lambert's by the windmill getting different. Not a house. Not a house he hasn't delivered yet, Kerrie. You know that. Your constituents are suffering. Please welcome Kerrie Symmonds, Member of Parliament for St. James Central.
A pleasant good evening to you, ladies and gentlemen. Let me start by saying to you ladies present that this is the start of Valentine's Week, so I want to wish you early a very happy Valentine's. And I hope that your hearts, I go no further into the rest of the anatomy, I hope that your hearts can get all the pleasure that your body can bear. I want to begin on a note of personal reflection because when I listened to Marsha just now, I remembered all of the reasons why, well, Lord, nearly 15 years ago, I parted company with a disgusting human being who now stands somewhere between heaven or hell. And Marsha, I want you to know you are not alone in what you went through. And it is something that is fundamental to the Democratic Labour Party. And in a real sense, what the people of Barbados are experiencing today is what this party that governs us is all about. It is a party that is uncouth and indifferent when it comes to the feeling of individuals. And the plight of the masses of the people will be treated no different. Believe that. Believe that. If Clyde Mascoll was here, he would tell you the same thing, because his experience was the same way. And I also feel that, Ivor, I feel your pain, my brother. This country, the Lord does not sleep. But comrades and friends, I want to say to you a few things. I want to share with you a few perspectives because there are a lot of speakers tonight and there's limited time. And there's something that has been on my mind since November of last year. And I have held my peace because we had not yet come to this point. We have come now to the point where people are being sent home arbitrarily and indiscriminately. The union themselves, the same union who closed ranks with the government, let us call it what it was, union went to bed with a government that was unfair and humbugging people in Barbados. Then turns around a week later after the savagery of the cuts has manifested itself to say that the cuts are wild cuts. Well, good God, man. Well, you didn't know it was going to be that way before? And in November of 2012, let me put the perspective in context, because this is something that has been humbugging me. Chris Sinclair, no less, went to foundation school, and he sat next to the Prime Minister of Barbados. And we were coming on to an election campaign then, and Sinclair admitted to this country, and you know, one of the things I'm going to say tonight too, is that the press in Barbados have now, I ain't shooting down from the platform at the people who in the press, but I want to say to everybody who earns a living in journalism in this country, put Barbados first. All of us will have our preferences as individuals, all of us will have our politics, but a big winner, put Barbados first. In November of 2012, on the 5th day of November it was, Chris Sinclair went to foundation school and admitted that he was borrowing $14 million every month and had been doing so for some time to pay 7,000 public servants who he could not pay then. And we went through a campaign trying, and I will concede, maybe we did not make the message clear to you. But it is the genesis of that which is plaguing this place tonight. And we went through the campaign and we said to you, there is something inevitable about that policy bringing disaster to Barbados. And any of you in here know that. You can't be borrowing to pay wages if you are running a bread van. But if you're running a country and you're borrowing at the rate of $14 million a month, every month after every God-forsaken month. And then you're on top of that, going to the election campaign as Franders Short did. Let us be real. He went into an election campaign and his solution was not to stop the rot, but he brought on more people. He brought on more people. And he and Sinclair, knowing that they could not pay civil servants even then, brought on more in the statutory corporations. They did it at the national housing. I know they do it at NCC, with the ladder down NCC. They did it at transport board. They did it all over. And we come to a position now where these same people are being faced with what the union now calls wildcats. I want to say something to you all, because we're talking about Barbadians, fellow Barbadians. And let us not fool ourselves because we're here under a banner of a political party. Everybody who was employed by Democratic Labour Party was not necessarily a member or supporter. Those people were used and abused as innocent pawns in a power game. That is what it was. They were used as pawns in a political power game because the ruthless vagabonds that had their interest only in getting their paws back through the corridors of office said, look, we will exploit human suffering. A man in working, there's 3 or 4 unemployed people in a family. Give me your vote, and I will give you work. They use the people in the same way they use Marsha, as she talked about just now. It is as cold-blooded as that. And that patronage mendicancy syndrome, because that's what it is. The minister is a patron. He can give you financial opportunity he ain't had before. The public purse was used as a private piggy bank will be used. I am going to make sure that you get little work. But in exchange, I need a government. And that means I need your vote and your family vote. And a lot of innocent people got hooked up in that. And now getting humbugged because of it. And what is missing in all of this? And what has been missing since November when Chris Sinclair made the confession, but nobody in the Democratic Labour Party ain't realize or ain't admit that it is inevitable you got to come to this. What has been missing even in the estimates last year after they won the government and they started to pooch back. It has been missing when the governor of the central bank told you in June last year that you got to close a $400 million hole in the economy, and we all knew, not necessarily the technical aspects of the thing, because I know that a lot of you have to rely on Clyde to break it down step by step. But in your heart of hearts, everybody in this room knew it meant that people gonna have to go home. But you know that nowhere since then and up to now is the Democratic Labour Party telling you about what is to happen with these people. 3,000 people are being sent home in Barbados. Let me forget about the union now, because they are accomplices after the fact, during the fact, and before the fact. Let us forget about the union now. 3,000 people are being sent home. But that's not all. Chris Sinclair's statement to Parliament has pledged that there's another 2,500 to go home. And that is to come via the attrition process, that a post becomes vacant and it will not be renewed, and that means there will in all be 5,500 jobs from which people will be displaced. On top of that, that's why I tell you, we need to have a press that is dealing with a clear conscience. On top of that 5,500, Chris Sinclair has also told you that he is going to collapse statutory corporations or get rid of some altogether. He will merge some or get rid of others. You know, for example, that they're planning to take the NHC and to take rural and urban and create one. And if NHC is left with 300 people, and rural is left with 2, and urban left with 2, you got 700 people. But be damn sure, at the end of the day, when they bring everything together, they're sending home more people. And the prediction has been, or the estimate had been, that there are going to be about 2,000 more going home via that route. You are looking, therefore, ladies and gentlemen, at about 9,500 to 10,000 people in Barbados, all told, And on top of that, remember last year, this time we were in election campaign and we were coming to you night after night with the statistics, hear me. We were coming to you with the statistics that indicated that there were 16,000 people from the private sector who had lost their jobs. Isn't that not true, Clyde Mascoll? Add to the 10,000, not 16,000, you got 26,000 people that are dislocated in this Barbados. And the question I ask you is, where is, in all of this, where is the discussion about the future for these people and their families? Because the government's only policy, as articulated thus far, has been job cuts and an assault on the education system. That's all that the government has offered, you know. That is their package of adjustment. Send home people and to cut back on your education. And how is it that I can walk through my constituency and look into the eyes of a young man at 20 years of age who did what he was told and went to school and learned well? But then I have to tell him, because his mother and father go home from in the same house. And let me tell you something. That talk about how two people ain't going home from one house, that is one of the worst and most atrocious lies perpetrated in Barbados. It is happening. It is also a fact that they're sending home single parents. You understand? So how do you look at somebody 19 years of age who got the qualifications to go to university, but the mother and father ain't working the way, and they ain't working the way? And they're told that their dream of a university education is to put on hold or to forget about that altogether. But equally, they are also being told that the mother and father who had been working in the public service or some part thereof for all their life, as Ivor tell you tonight, was his experience, that they have been cut off at the knees. And you know that in all of this, the Minister of Finance has not mentioned the word retraining. In all of this, the Prime Minister has not told you that there is to be any sort of effort given towards retraining people in this country. And I'm saying to you, let me forget a little bit about the fact that there is a government there. I would wish that they would call the election, but we know they ain't calling it because we know they're interested in personal pensions. But we in this together. And I feel that from this platform, I have a duty to beg of the private sector. Give us of your time and your expertise. You may not got no more money now, but you got to give of time and expertise. We need, and facilities, we need in this country for people to have an opportunity in my constituency, in Mia's constituency, in all of the constituencies, to benefit from an opportunity to be retrained, to get an opportunity now for self-employment. And it also means that the banking community in Barbados, if we are all in this together, must show good faith and come to the table as well. Because people like Ivor must now be able to say, look, with my experience, I can start a business of my own, but I need a little startup capital. And I got to be able to access it at low rates. Don't tell small people who now cannot even pay their mortgage because they have been sent home to salt that their future is so compromised that they have no option. They must be able to start a little business. Start a business with a neighbor, a friend, enter a cooperative enterprise. But we cannot have 20-odd thousand people sitting down home languishing and doing nothing. This country will never go back to a path of growth if we do not get serious about the next step. And the next step in this process has to be about giving people a financial opportunity to lift themselves up. In addition to that, the government has to get real. And I beg all of you now, all you can write, and I used to hear you call and talk to Marsha, you must now write Ronald Jones, and write Chris Sinclair, and write Fumble Short, and write to the Nation and the Advocate, and humbug the priest in your community to talk about it on a Sunday. so that we come to an understanding that this government must stop spending $6 million on foolishness like constituency council and put the money towards retraining of people that they're sending home. That they have to stop, left out the political football and put money towards retraining people that they're sending home. Left out the money that they're spending on the summer camps, going up in the vicinity of $8 million in summer camps. What for? When you have people out there in non-governmental organizations, the churches, the Boy Scouts, the Girl Guides, you name it, they're private people who are prepared to put that summer camp effort, but not charging people $3,000 and $4,000 to cater for 10 children. So that won't stop him. That's the first perspective I want to share with you. The time is tight. I have to gallop. I already get the message, Cynthia. But let me say one other word, because I promised me I will speak to this. This country is now the only part of the Caribbean that does not have a public accounts committee that can function. The Public Accounts Committee is a committee which is set up in the Westminster system. It exists in Australia. It exists in England. It exists in Canada. It exists in New Zealand. It exists across the Commonwealth. And it is aimed at making sure that there is a body that is a watchdog over the way in which government... Ladies and gentlemen, welcome she who will undoubtedly be the next Prime Minister of Barbados. It is set up as a body that is intended to be a watchdog over the way in which government manages or mismanages the public's finances. When we were in government, we looked across at what Owen Arthur called then and has called subsequently a Democrat-Labour Party opposition as being a poor-reiki opposition. That two people, David Thompson and Dennis Kelman. And Owen Arthur, God bless him, said, look, they are not able, in fact, quite often, he told them can't even agree with one another. They're not able to do anything in order to advance the democracy of the country because he told them and even speaking to one another. So we created a piece of legislation in which the opposition then was able to have, or rather we changed the standing orders of the House, to allow the opposition then to have members of the Senate work with them in order to investigate the public accounts of the country. Don't mind all the rhetoric about corruption in the Barbados Labour Party. A government that was corrupt would not go out of its way to empower an opposition that was poor-reiki and incompetent on top of that to make sure that that opposition could put together a team of individuals to investigate the government's management. The Barbados Labour Party under Owen Arthur did that. And then when in 2003 we came into office again, we created a brand new piece of legislation which created a statutory authority for that Public Accounts Committee to function, including members of the Senate, so that you have independent senators free of the Democrat-Labour Party whip or the Barbados Labour Party whip, but acting what we hope out of clarity of their conscience. Dealing with your country's public accounts. These people, these disgraceful rascals, renegades from decency, went to Parliament a couple days ago. And they said through the lips of the Attorney General of Barbados, no less. And an Attorney General will have at least one thing going for him. You should be able to accept his word. He said, no, we are here, even though we have superiority of numbers, we want to say to you that nothing can happen here today. It must be adjourned because tomorrow the lower house will have to deal with a bill to repeal the Public Accounts Committee. Repeal it. Now, they have not circulated anything to replace it, but they're telling you that they want to repeal it. We resisted it, but they have the numbers to win. So we figure, well, we go in Parliament the next day now to make our presence felt because the government has told us that the Public Accounts Committee is to be repealed. But you know, the government has done nothing last Tuesday. The government remained silent on the matter. mute as though all 16 of their tongues were cleaved to the roof of their mouth, so that the issues that Mayor and I and Owen and Jerome and Wilfred Abrams want to be able to pursue cannot be pursued because the government has used its might and superiority of numbers to muzzle the investigation of the Public Accounts Committee of Barbados. And what are the issues? The issues are that the Auditor General of this country has made it clear that $2.4 million was being moved from the Ministry of Finance every month to the National Housing Corporation without the knowledge or the oversight of your parliament. They move money every month for at least 18 months, and there's every reason to believe it might be more. A sum total so far of $45 million moved to the National Housing Corporation. And when you ask the Chief Financial Officer of the National Housing Corporation, was this a loan? She tell you no, she thought it was a grant. The Auditor General said, well, it can't be a grant because the legislation that governs these matters say if it was supposed to be, if it's a grant, we would got to know about it. The Auditor General will have to know. If it is a loan, Parliament will got to know. Was it an advance? If it is an advance, it got to be paid back on certain terms. Interest got talked about. But you know, nothing so has been discussed. 45 million shift from one place to the next, and not a fellas to say nothing about it. And if you ask Michael Ashley, all he can tell you like a hyena, This is not a laughing matter. This is not a laughing matter. It gets worse. I ain't got time. I want me to levy hold. I want a real political meeting. Mottley, I beg you. Look, you know that the same meeting disclosed, the Democrat Labour Party want to talk about it, that the Commissioner Inland Revenue, is owed $293 million. Do you understand how many people would be able to continue working in Barbados if they had the $293 million? But not a word is to be said about these things. They don't even know who it is that owed them the money, but they know that they are owed the money. The system that is governing this country's public finances under Chris Sinclair's watch has been allowed to disintegrate into a level of complete absurdity. And if there's one thing I am begging all of you to do, is to understand that it isn't just about the politician now. It is about you and the role that you must play in protecting your children and your grandchildren and your family. Because all of this that we are trying to talk about and to defend is the Barbados that we and our forefathers worked together to build. And it cannot be right that it is destroyed by a group of disgraceful and bad-minded, worthless and reckless individuals who don't care one hoot about what the future holds for Barbados. The press may or may not decide to come on board, but Barbadians deserve better. And Barbadians have been good to Barbados thus far, and I beg of you, continue being good to Barbados by letting your voice be heard and your presence felt. It must get talked about in the church on a Sunday. It must get talked about in the primary school when you're picking up your child on an evening. It got to get talked about in the buses. The country must be putting this at the forefront of its national agenda. There has to be a better way to deal with government's finances than what we are being subjected to. And ladies and gentlemen, I beg you, you see how Marsha had the courage to stand up here in spite of what we don't know they're going to talk about she tomorrow. That is what Barbados needs in its people. 75 years of existence is what this Barbados Labour Party is about. 31 of those 75 years were spent in government. Let me say to you that out of that 75 years and 31 in government, there's one thing the Barbados Labour Party stands up for. Sound and focused, disciplined financial management. And it is to that I commit you that this party will return Barbados. Ladies and gentlemen, I thank you. Good night.
Comrades, we know that his time would have been limited, but there's more to come. And we have to further educate you, because at the end of the day, when we are finished sharing this information with you, we expect you to disseminate it and reach others so that they too can become aware. And don't get too fussy that 7 o'clock just gone. DLP Dem TV that calls CBC and saying nothing. So don't worry, you ain't missing a pine. But them is saying a ping, no pine. So don't worry. I'm going to move on to our next distinguished speaker as well. Not going to do too much talking ahead of him, because I know nothing about economics. All I can tell you is that I got some credit cards too. And they're going through the roof. And the interest is so damn high that I can imagine those few persons who would have lost their work that may still be holding on to the credit card are inching and worrying when they're going to get the letter from the debt collector. But I am going to introduce you to a man who is well known. He would have been the representative for this St. Michael Northwest constituency in the past. He is an economist par excellence. And I know that he is going to break down things to the level that both you and I can understand. I introduce to you none other than Dr. Clyde Mascoll, another dem that the Labour Party take because we know his work.
Hi, Miss Lowe. Thank you, man. Why are Barbadians surprised about what is happening? Huh? I'm shocked that Barbadians are surprised. In fact, this had to happen. And I came here tonight really to speak about a liar, but I have decided that it doesn't make sense. Chris Sinclair's a liar, see? I can call him a liar because I know he lied on me. You see, when he said that Owen Arthur, Tyrone Barker, Anthony Wood, and Clyde Mascoll were meeting at the university to send home 10,000 people, I was in England. So I know, but I knew ever since he was. In fact, during the last election, this man denied that he was talking about privatization. Right or wrong? Our party put him up, his voice, talking about privatization. It was denied. But the Prime Minister came and threw him under the bus and said that he's the man in charge of the cabinet. And Barbadians went for it. So the reality is that you get what you voted for. So I don't plan to waste time tonight on him. It's time for us to move ahead. But let me, Kerrie, speak to this matter, because we have to be careful on this platform not to believe that we can get out of this economic situation through self-employment. That's a myth. All right? It sounds good because you can then say that you're doing training, you're doing these things. That cannot happen. All right? Prior to now, we told the people of Barbados that they needed money in their pockets. Remember? It was said that we were simply trying to win people's votes. But an economy is just spending, isn't it? So, if you stop people from spending, private sector can't grow, jobs can't be created, Prior to now, 16,000 people went home. The government is now contributing to that by sending home people. This did not have to happen, by the way. But this had to be addressed not this year, not last year, not even 2012. This had to be addressed as far back as 2010, 2011, because the evidence was there ever since to show what the government was doing. These fellows are simply incapable of running the country. Simply. You have a cabinet, one fellow says one thing today, the other fellow comes and contradicts that, and then Shakespeare rides in on his horse, having consulted a few books and remembering a few phrases, and he comes and he tries to be a classical scholar. That's his only claim to fame. He has no desire to solve any problem we have. He has no desire even to let Eswick say anything in cabinet. But don't get involved with Eswick either. That's not your concern. All right? That's not your concern. You can hear, move on. Let me explain to you tonight why this foolishness about getting people to create small businesses can't work. All right? The Barbados economy is now smaller than it was in 2006-07. It's smaller. People are spending less. You understand? The government, the private sector. Well, the government is the only entity that is spending more. And for the government to spend more, it has to tax you and me, private sector, borrow money, and all those things the government has done. When we said to put money in the people's pocket, they said it could not be done. And all we were saying is that every cent, Barbadians should have been given tax relief, not tax increases. Every cent. 4 years ago, it was said it could not be done. But the trade unions in this country agreed with a government to stop public sector workers from getting a salary increase for the last 5 years. And now a trade union tells you, the people that have been laid off, we will find work for. This is remarkable. This is remarkable. You see, because 16,000 people have gone home prior to now, in the last 5 years. And we never heard from the trade unions that they were looking for jobs for people. So you mean that not one of those 16,000 could have belonged to the unions? But now we're hearing that you're going to find jobs. So how are you going to find these jobs when people are being laid off? And what method are you going to use? But you can recall again that this country was told, put money in people's pocket. The only way for small businesses, therefore, to thrive, to even begin to prosper in any economy, is if people have money in their pockets. You understand? So, those of you who can afford to bring a gardener to your house to help would do so. Those of you who can afford to bring someone or ask someone in the neighborhood to wash your car, you will do so. Those of you who need a little paint job at home, you will do so. But you can do so only if you have money in your pockets. You with me? So therefore, for an economy to grow, people must be able to spend. But for them to spend, they must have money in their pockets. Now hear me, because we need to discuss this matter. If you're going to set up small businesses, and by the way, I just finished a little study for the private sector on small businesses. How can you ask people in an environment where there's no money circulating simply to go out there and establish a business? To do what, by the way? And in what area, by the way, are you asking people now to go and establish business? So let's think about it. We know that businesses in Bridgetown were waiting to see how the winter season or the Christmas season was going to perform. It has not. There are private sector entities in Bridgetown looking to close down. So, are you going to set up a small business to sell clothing? Are you going to set up a small business to sell shoes? Are you going to set up a small business to sell what? More food? What are you going to set up a small business in this environment to sell? That's all I'm asking. Now hear me. Only in December of last year, that's when the money was borrowed, Mia. In December of last year, the country borrowed $300 million. That money went at the central bank to sit down. And then you heard that all of a sudden, our reserves have now gone back up overnight. No explanation, all right? Now, you know what was said when this party said that you should put money in people's pocket? It was said that the people would spend the money and it would affect our foreign reserves. You may not remember, but that's what was said. But do you know that over the last 5 years, that the only thing that stood out in the economy is the fact that this country had a stock of reserves that exceeded any other 5-year period. Not for the right reasons, but it happened. Our reserves actually grew in relation to our use of reserves per week. Now, how it is done, they talk about reserve cover per week. They estimate that we import about $85 million per week, and therefore, whatever reserves we have, we simply divide the amount by that 85 and get this so-called reserve cover. Now, this reserve cover is to provide comfort. Internationally, it is felt that if you have at least 12 weeks in reserves cover, you're okay. At stages along the way over the last 5 years, we had 19 and 20 weeks. And all that we were saying on this side is that since an economy is about spending, put some money in the people's pocket. You were told the reserves would be affected. Well, the most dangerous thing that affects the reserves of a Caribbean economy is when the government spends more than it earns and spends more excessively than it earns. What has happened to Barbados? Since April of this year, our reserves have been declining rapidly. That had nothing last year. That had nothing to do with you spending because the economy continues to contract. So why did the reserves fall? The reserves fell because the government has had to print money at the Central Bank of Barbados. Here what happens. This is the concept. When you print money, it is tantamount to going into a helicopter, releasing money that you have not earned as a citizen. You pick it up, you go to the supermarket, purchase what you want, you do other things, and about 60 cents out of each dollar then affects the reserves. There is therefore no more dangerous thing to affect all foreign reserves than the printing of money. this has happened excessively in Barbados for the last 5 years. But hear me and hear me on this one. You don't have to worry me your time. Hear me on this one. The central bank received the $300 million in December of last year. During the winter season, which runs from 15th of December to the 15th of April, Barbados is expected to accumulate reserves. The way it works, the central bank does not interact with the private citizens or the private sector. When the tourists come to Barbados and they do business, the hoteliers and the others will then go into the commercial banks and park the foreign exchange. When there is excess foreign exchange, the central bank then reaches out to the commercial banks and says, can I purchase some of the excess foreign exchange that you have? Therefore, it is expected that during the winter season, we will be in a position as a country to see an accumulation of our foreign reserves. That is expected because that's when you pay the highest rates for the rooms. That's when people attract tourists here and try to get and extract as much as they can. You would not believe this, my people. But since December of last year, up until the end of January this year, our reserves continue to fall, and they fell by in excess of $100 million during the month of January. Up until February. Yeah. Up to now. Well, the truth is, what's happening is that they're trying to stop us getting access to information. But in this environment, see, the government owes you, the people, owes you the opportunity to know exactly what is happening to our economy. Because it can't get any worse than this. And what do I mean? You cannot go to an electorate a year ago, tell them what you feel or felt at that time they wanted to hear. Avoid all serious discussion, talk about all kind of foolishness, led by the fellow from this constituency, who you all know well, who is incompetent and incapable of running the affairs of this country. And that is where this country has gone, to a point where such an individual is in charge of our finances. I therefore say to you people that the time has come for you to look to the future. Yes, some people believe that we should not try to get a government now because of the circumstances. Well, let me say this to you. If it continues like this, then when you get it, there will hardly be anything to manage. So this notion that you only want it if it is good is rubbish. The beauty of this public life is to be able to make a difference to it. And whatever those challenges are, when we confront them, we must be in a position as a political party to be able to rise to the occasion. Therefore, there's no optimal time. The thing is, when the people need you, you must be able to rise. I can think of no other time in this country when a proper government was needed more. Good night, and may God bless.
That was a very half-hearted applause. I asked him to break it down in layman's terms for you, and he was so explicit in explaining to you. And I just want to tell Dr. Mascoll, figures do not lie, but liars figure. So you will know exactly what to rely on. I would really like to find out, though, and I'm making a clarion call to hear from Professor Dr. Franklin as to what is happening in this place. The governor of the Central Bank can't tell me. I want to hear him because I understood that he's a political advisor. And I know Norms isn't here now because you're talking about small business. And after 35 years, Norms had to shut up shop and go home. And we see all of those young people and those vendors in Swan Street. They were paying $10,000 a month and so for rent. And they're now walking Swan Street with a rack, pushing around clothing, begging people to buy from them. And there were people who earned $1 bill to feed their families and to stabilize their communities. So we know what is happening. You are the ones who have to come forward. And we're going to give you a moment to ask your questions shortly. Our leader is with us, the Honorable Mayor Mottley, another powerful woman. And she is not going to tell you about the approximately $49 million that is owed to the small business people for services and goods and VAT returns. She's going to tell you a couple of other things because she too has the economics in her brain. And she is not going to, like a true woman to the cause, she is not going to misguide you. We in the Barbados Labour Party speak the truth. And we manage Barbados every time that we have a government to manage. And we manage the opposition every time we have to manage the opposition. But the time is right now for you, the people of Barbados, using your democratic process to make that change so that your lives may be stabilized again and that we can save our country from the depth of which this Democratic Labour Party has pushed us. I want to introduce to you the leader of the opposition, the Honourable Mayor Mottley, our political leader. Please welcome her.
Good night. Good night to each and every one of you. To what is the 9th People's Assembly. And you know, in St. Lucie, 10 days ago, Peter, you were there. Clyde, you were next to me. I think Kerrie had gone by then. And I spoke in an impassioned way about the need for conscience and courage to come to the fore in this country. Conscience and courage. And I am particularly pleased this evening to share a platform with 3 people who exhibited conscience and courage. Kammie Holder is here on behalf of the Future Center Trust, but his voice has been almost a lone voice. And those of you who were at St. Philip Primary 2 weeks ago, when he spoke from the floor, and I gave him a commitment in your presence that he would speak from the platform. And tonight, he has spoken from the platform. And he speaks generally on matters that are driven by your health and welfare as it relates to the environment. And there are times when he will speak that may not necessarily reflect best on the Labour Party in government. And there are times when he speaks as he is doing now that definitely do not reflect well on this government. But the difference is that we will always give him a platform to engage us. And through dialogue, we will determine what is best for this country. But when he and his organization can write government continuously and remain none the wiser, have no response, then you understand what you are dealing with, Kammie, with this government. But I should say to you that if Dr. Eswick can't get a response from the Prime Minister, who are you? And if the people who built the Water Authority building couldn't get a response from Chris Sinclair, who are you? Because that is their way of doing business, to ignore any obstacle and any divergent opinion. And to Ivor, I watched you on my TV screen before coming down here this evening, streaming. I just put the Apple TV, and if you don't have technology, you can't run a government. From that, can't do that. I just put it up on this, I press the button, and it come up on the TV. So I had Ivor big and large in my bedroom. And what is worse, he brought tears to my eyes. And please, I say so with all sincerity. And let me tell you when, where, and how, Ivor. Having worked at the Transport Board for 14 years, there is, yes, a risk, especially when the Dems are in office, that you will lose your job. But it takes a special type of courage and conscience to determine that you would go and accept any job that allows you legally to support your family, as you did after 26 months of not working, as you shared with this audience tonight. And it was out of your sense of duty and commitment to your family. And you didn't assume that because you were a member of a political party that you had to ask others. You accepted your responsibility as a man and as a father. And you said tonight that you ain't killed nobody, and you're correct. And you said tonight that the police ain't looking for you and they can't stop you, and you're correct. And you said tonight that they can't run you from a platform anymore, and you're correct. Because it is that kind of courage and conscience that I am going to ensure is given voice in this country. And Marsha, most people don't know Marsha in this party. So when it was advertised, people asked, who is this young lady? Well, she came here as an unknown, and she has given you her credentials tonight. There are too many people in this party who are familiar with the Saul experience on the road to Damascus. And it is not for us to judge, but it is for us to make sure that the principles to which they become attracted remain consistent and firm. And that has been the mission of the Labour Party over the last 75 years. It has meant that people come at different stages of their lives. And I want to thank you for your testimony, because that's what it was. It was a testimony. That caused you as an 18-year-old to get a job in this country without knowing anybody, on the basis of merit, CXCs and an associate degree. That caused you as a young woman and young mother to get access to a mortgage in this country without a politician pulling a string for you. That caused you to do those things in a Barbados, managed by a Barbados Labour Party government. That we know now, and through your testimony having worked with this government, is no longer possible. that every job is now a political job. That every dismissal is a political dismissal. And that the things that we were aspiring to as a party and as a country, a vision rooted 75 years ago but refreshed by each of us, that you have heard me express in other arena this year, that the day that a child born in Belle Plaine or a child born in Crab Hill, where he was Wednesday, Peter, or in Gemswick, or in Fairfield, or Welchman Hall, Bush Hall. Can't leave out Cindy. Can never do so. But that child being given the opportunity to learn, because we have an educational system that gives them every opportunity. Like a Kammie holder who tells you that the son of a bricklayer could come here and preach more chemistry than I could ever understand without somebody tutoring me. That child could have an idea, can go into any institution in this country, bank and regulatory, and get that idea off the ground without having to know somebody to call a shot for them, without having to beg somebody to speak to a politician, without having to beg somebody to speak to a bank manager. That is the Barbados that we are working for. That is what 75 years of the Labour Party is meant to be about. And that we can now have a reversal from what and where we were 7, 8 years ago, 10 years ago. That Marsha from Josie Hill could get a job at Parkinson. Never spoke to a BLP or DLP member of parliament to become a teacher in this country. Never spoke to anybody at Mortgage Finance, nor no politician to get a house in St. Philip. But those now today are now being subjected not only to speak to get, but to speak to keep what they have. Now, those who don't understand it, understand this is the mission of the Barbados Labour Party, to free the spirit and opportunities of the people of this country. And I say to you, Clyde and the others who are economists will tell you that there's a great economist called Marsha Sen who wrote a book called Freedom is Choice. If you don't have freedom, you have no choice. But I don't have to root it in the economy. Let me root it in our history. Your grandparents and great-grandparents could not choose where they wanted to live in most instances in this country. They had to take what they could get. There are single women in this country today who still do not know the luxury of choice because of the onerous conditions that they have to face to support their family, and must do things that they do not want otherwise to do, even if it is pumping gas and they got asthma and the gas inhaling every minute, to the things that you would prefer me not to talk about up here on a Sunday night. Freedom is choice. But we have now reduced this country to the point where not even the country has the freedom of choice. And whether it is Clyde or Kerrie will tell you that the Credit Suisse loan put some conditions on us that no self-respecting country should ever have had to accept. But when your only choice was printing money or taking that loan, the government was forced in December to take it because it was incapable of choosing who would lend money to it. We have now reduced this country to that. And Clyde has told you tonight that in spite of that loan, 293 million coming in and raising the reserves, not money that was earned, money borrowed under worse conditions, triple downgrade in the last 18 months. In other words, it is like a woman in the shop that nobody don't want, in the village that nobody don't want, trust nothing to. You're not credit worthy. And in spite of that, the reserves continue to drop at an alarming rate in the last 5 weeks, over $100 million. We are in crisis in this country. And I take no pleasure of addressing you and the broader Barbados as to the state of our reality. I take no comfort in telling you that from 2008, when 104 million in taxes was put on the backs of the people of this country in a budget, we warned and said, wrong measure, wrong time, we need growth. You cannot tax your way back to growth. And in 2009, we said, your deficit, you were spending too much money. You were not earning it. And we were ridiculed. And in 2010, we repeated it in the estimates and the budget in November. We said as far back as then, form a joint select committee of both parliaments to address the government's expenditure. We said you have to put money in tourism and international business to get it growing again. That putting $25 million and getting $80 million in claims is the strongest evidence that you had a sector that was on the ropes. And rather than do that, 2011, you artificially shift money to be paid by the National Insurance Scheme, so you look as though you lose weight, you look as though your deficit down, but you're still carrying the weight. And then in 2012, you bring it back because you realize that you can't carry it on the National Insurance Scheme no more. So all of a sudden, deficit went from 8 to 4, back up to 8. It didn't suddenly go. You just shifted to the National Insurance Scheme. That is the kind of David Copperfield type tactics. I use a good analogy. I could use a more whatless analogy to describe the Minister of Finance. A David Copperfield type analogy. Magician. And then you take praise every time you speak and say the deficit came down in 2011 to 4%. Who you fooling? Not even a political three-card man could fool you with that. But in 2011, Owen Arthur told them too. Same thing again. You need growth. You cannot tax your way back to growth. That you are overtaxing because the VAT will in fact collect less. Because the level of activity is shrinking and shrinking and shrinking and shrinking. 2012, same thing again. 2013, same thing again. Now, we don't take comfort from any of this. We don't take comfort from it. Because, believe you me, there is no comfort to be gained in being right when people are suffering. There is no comfort to be gained in being right when people are being sent home. And those people from Ivor back to some of you in this room, not working. And then know that the worst can still potentially be before us because a government is distracted by politics and incompetence. Well, I am here tonight to deliver a simple message. You know, folk don't get in cockroach fight. They really don't. So I am not getting into anything that is going on in George Street. Really not. But what I will say is that I did something this week. And I took out the language from Dr. Eswick's article on Barbados Today and typed it up. I gave it to somebody to read. And they read it. It is the wrong medicine for this government to cure the country's economic problems. The government cannot cut and tax a current account deficit of $1.4 billion. The government cannot do it without growth. We do not have the growth strategy allowing us to grow in this country. Our debt is $10.9 billion. If I had to treat a patient, I cannot go to treat a patient and half treat it. I must make sure that I can cure your illness. And I gave those words to somebody to read. And the person thought it was Clyde Mascoll or me talking. They really did. They could not believe that those comments came when I then gave them the newspaper from a member of the government, far less the cabinet. And I don't quote them for any other reason to say this. There are only 3 people who do not believe that the Barbados economy is in crisis. Frondell Stewart, Chris Sinclair, and Delisle Worrell. There are only 3 people. The Labour Party, I just pointed out to you what I have said, Clyde has said, Owen has said, Kerrie, all of us for 5-6 years. Charlie Skeet, Courtney Blackman. Give me the number, let me tell you people. What's the number? X873. Somebody needs to get out. Could you please move? We want you to ease the person just like we want the government to go and ease the people of Barbados. Every single independent commentator, every single institution, Caribbean Development Bank, Inter-American Development Bank, International Monetary Fund, in their press release given on December, find out that his name was in the envelopes. See, this is not, friends, this is not a laughing matter. You know why I'm praying silence? Because this is not a laughing matter. This is a matter that is as wicked as the Nazis asking the man who was operating the levers on the gas chamber to jump in the chamber and be the next one to have the gas in him to kill him. This is like the hangman being told that having hanged the last man, you are now to go on the gallows to be hanged. And I am saying, you know what bothers me? That for the last few weeks, this country is going through emotional turmoil. This country is being psychologically scared. And you want people to behave differently in communities and families, but you have a government that is setting a tone that is careless, that is callous, that is insensitive, and that is wicked, because they know better. And yes, Horace, inhumane. And I am saying to you that leadership now requires Frondell Stewart to lead. And I am saying to you that this country does not have the luxury of the political distraction in the Democratic Labour Party that is fighting for its very political survival. We do not have the luxury of pausing our affairs. The reserves are not insulated from what is happening in George Street. The reserves are not insulated from the bungling of the layoffs by this government. And do you know that based on their reckoning, they have not even got 1/3 of the way yet with the layoffs? Do you understand that? So that if the IMF report assumes that they did the full job, and we know that they only do 1/3, and the IMF report says, even assuming you did all that you said you would do, you are not doing enough. It sounds like, I cannot treat a patient and half treat Dr. Eswick. It sounds like Clyde Mascoll, that what the government is doing cannot in any way meet the needs of stabilizing this economy and restoring growth. It sounds like what I say. You're begging people to make a sacrifice without hope of recovery. And if that report tomorrow validates everything that I have just quoted, it sounds like Owen Arthur talking about confidence is the most critical aspect of keeping the glue together, as he said this week. If that report tomorrow validates it, then I say to Barbadians tonight that the only people you will have to blame for your demise will now be the people of Barbados and not the government of Barbados. Because if everybody other than 3 people, every single body and institution other than 3 people can tell you this is your condition, enough is not being done, and we sit idly back, then we become co-conspirators in a fate that is going to be more gruesome than anything we have known since independence. I ask tonight for this party to understand that we equally have a duty. We're not going to sit idly by and hope that London Bridge falls down, because we don't want London Bridge to fall down. And Clyde told you tonight that there are those who will say, let it happen. Well, you know why we have been working and meeting as much as we do? Because it is not ours to choose the fate or the environment within which we lead or manage. That is not ours. We don't have that luxury. Our duty is to take this country to the next level and to give people the opportunities of which I spoke at the beginning of my speech. And whatever the hand is that we are dealt, we will make a hand of it and carry you to that next level and to give you that opportunity. But we have equally to strengthen ourselves. And it is in that context that over the next few weeks, and the General Secretary is already preparing the path, that those of you who belong to different branches will be contacted, because we have a pool of people ready to be able to improve and strengthen the skills of people in every branch and in every organ of this party. And there will be a series of workshops starting in just over 10, 12 days' time, through which every branch and every organ of this party will be exposed, because we do not assume that we are omnipotent nor omniscient, that we know everything and that we are all powerful. And I tell everybody, every election I start, the ballot box is empty. I never see a ballot box turn up with votes at the morning yet, Grantley. And therefore, there can be no assumptions about anything in the Labour Party other than doing the work for the people and relating to the people and doing the people's bidding. Similarly, we must prepare ourselves to continue to arm you with the information to articulate our policies and our programs. Those in the past, but equally those that we now believe to be critical, because you cannot address an environment by throwing any set of policies at it, as you have learned from this government. The policies must be appropriate to the environment within which we are functioning. And we have already done a lot of the work to carry us there. The time has now come for us, and Kerrie will tell you, to start sharing it and to start creating the opportunities for the branches, National Council, Women's League, Young Socialists, every single organ and branch of this party. And therefore, when your party requires of you now to turn up for duty at these all-day workshops, I ask that you do it with a sense of selflessness, because I do not know how to ready this party without us putting in the work that has to be put in, because we do not have the luxury now of giving Barbados any chance, any option, but only the best chance and the best option through a ready and prepared Barbados Labour Party. And you are part of the equation for us to do that. And all I ask of you, it makes no sense, as Billy Miller used to say, being part of a congregation on a Sunday evening if you are not prepared to get up and walk and help proselytize and help convert and help do the good works. Because this party will be as strong, not as strong as the 30 candidates or MPs. This party is as strong as those who choose either to be members, supporters, or who, like Kammie, share a platform on single issues with us. And this party will respect those who will say, we agree with you on the environment but disagree with you on X. Because not everybody is made of the same type, and we must learn to respect and accommodate dissent, especially now that we have a government that is intent on suppressing all forms of different opinions and views in this country. This is the Barbados Labour Party that I want you to help me rescue Barbados. This is the Barbados Labour Party that must be tolerant and civil. This is the Barbados Labour Party that will tell the country that we can agree to disagree agreeably, that we do not have to talk in language that inspires the worst in us, that threatens people's liberty and threatens people's security, as this government has now developed the practice of doing. And if it takes a feminine touch so to do, then maybe I am in the right place at the right time to do what has to be done. So that as we await the judgment of the international community this week on our affairs, and Kerrie will tell you that the IDB will not lend us a cent of money until the independent macroeconomic assessment of Barbados, a fancy phrase for nothing but the Article 4 report, is finished. That the European Union is awaiting it. That the Caribbean Development Bank is awaiting it. That the commercial banks are awaiting it. That nobody wants to touch Barbados until there's that independent macroeconomic assessment that will be carried to the IMF board tomorrow afternoon. And you know, it is an amazing thing that the Trinidad Guardian wrote about it today, but nowhere in the Barbados papers can it be found. The Trinidad Guardian wrote about it today. But nowhere in Barbados is the fact that Barbados's future and status of its economy is being discussed by that global body tomorrow afternoon. And it causes you to wonder, truly, what kind of country are we living in today? When judgments that will affect whether you buy a tin of corned beef at $5 or $8, judgments that will affect whether your pension can meet your needs, Miss Law, to live, judgments that will affect whether some of you will have jobs because based on what the government is doing, not being able to fill the gap, any number can play with them. And that is why the banks of Barbados last Sunday, you were reported to see that don't matter, you're not getting laid off. If you have a temporary job, the bank's not lending you cent one because they do not know when your turn will come with this government. And a thing that will affect tens of thousands of families is to be read in the Trinidad Guardian online, unless somebody bring up a paper for you on Caribbean Airlines this evening. But you can't read it tonight. And a government is distracting you on trying to suppress the Public Accounts Committee. Well, as Kerrie said, what I don't say in Parliament, I going to say out. So you can't stop me from talking. Do what you want, but not when you want or how you want. A government is distracting you by not being able to get its business in George Street right and trying to put a political stay of execution in place. A government is distracting you by utter incompetence and offending the dignity of public servants in this country by how they're laying you off. But the government is not talking to you about the reserves and the fact that they must have enough money to finance your purchase of food and fuel and clothes and baby supplies and pharmaceuticals. 59 people in an accident yesterday. Any number can play, God forbid. But they are not taking care of your needs in the reserves or bringing down the government's deficit. I say to you tonight that tomorrow marks a new judgment on the Barbados economy. And if, as I suspect, it will say what everybody else has said, then the people of Barbados must now move to a higher level and a firmer purpose to recognize that the crisis is now not only upon us, but confirmed in the judgment of the international community. And the only thing that can allow the crisis to eat us alive is allowing this government to continue to make decisions. For this economy to go, Chris Sinclair must go. For this economy to grow, Chris Sinclair must go. And I say to Frandell Stewart that if by next Sunday, Chris Sinclair is still the Minister of Finance, then our focus is now for this economy to go. Then Frandell too must go. He has 1 week to move Chris Sinclair as Minister of Finance. 1 week. Because his judgment has not only been impaired, he can avoid this woman. I keep telling you so. He can avoid the IDB. He can avoid the CDB. He can avoid Charlie Skeet. He can avoid everybody. But when the IMF tells him tomorrow, what I suspect that they will tell him, for Chris Sinclair to remain in charge of this economy will be the greatest act of contempt by a leader of Barbados since independence. Good night and God bless.
Don't move yet, comrades, ladies and gentlemen, don't move yet. We still have the question and answer session. We hope the driver of X873 has removed that car to allow the person out. For those of you, ladies and gentlemen, please. Please. According to the young people, cease and settle. We are open for question and answer session. And there is a microphone in the hallway. Technical people, are there any cordless phones? Microphones? Can we please have silence so the person who is standing behind the microphone could put forward that comment or that query or possible solution? There's more than one person waiting there. Ladies and gentlemen, please. I have 3 of the youngest members of the Barbados Labour Party in this audience. You saw me bring them in. And if they can be as quiet as they are, all of us in here could be quiet, please. We have to give our colleagues a chance. Give the comrades a chance. Give the ladies and gentlemen a chance, because they may not be Labour Party supporters. Ma'am, you can please go ahead with your question.
Good night. Good night. My question is to the Honourable Leader of the Opposition. But first, let me commend, don't remember her name, right, Marsha. I'm really proud. You make me feel really proud tonight. I am so overwhelmed at the words that you have spoken. And in the same vein, let me commend because I am in my heart believe that these are the persons that we really, really need to hear. While we appreciate the politicians, I personally feel within myself that we have heard enough from the politicians. It needs people like Marsha and Ivor and the gentleman from the Trust, Hallam, to speak out. Because I feel that we long past the time, if we live in a democratic country, why should we be afraid to speak? We should not be afraid to speak. We should be able to stand up and say the things that touches our heart the most. And I know, I recognize I'm not as brilliant, I'm not as educated as anybody at the head table, but I'm not stupid. I know that this is an incompetent government. I know that. Right. My question to you, Madam Leader, is in the event that the economy does not turn around within the week and Chris Sickler does not go, where is our next step? What is the next step?
Hold on. Hold tight. Hold tight. Since when you feel like going town to talk my business? Since when you feel like come to town to talk my business? Good night.
Colin?
Yeah. I have a query to make and a note. And it goes as this, okay? Whereas in the past years, the Auditor General has disclosed that a number of discrepancies or irregularities have been existed, okay? May be considered that an imminent group of citizens be set up. Let me start first again. Whereas over the past years, the General has disclosed that a number of discrepancies or irregularities has been cited or existed, right? May be considered that an eminent group of professional people or citizens within the accounting setup for the purpose of investigating Public Accounts Committee, the Accounts Committee. What I'm saying is that I would like to see an independent body of professional people, auditors, accountants, or people like that set up. And my view is that what you need to see is impeachment, a process of impeaching, have an impeachment within the Public Accounts Committee. Well, let me say this. I believe that the money spent by public is our money. We have a right to investigate it at all times. Nobody should stop from investigating. So I want a group of people, professional people, anywhere in Barbados, to come together as a body in a matter of calling on the Public Accounts Committee to have an investigation into the matters disclosing our public finances. And that's what I'm saying.
Thank you.
Colin.
Ladies and gentlemen.
One moment, sir. I think Miss Mottley is answering. One moment, sir.
Colin.
Please, please, God, come words.
Colin asked the question and gone. No problem. Keith, go forward.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. There's old saying is on the walls of vision, the people perish. I recall in 1991, 92, at that time I had the great pleasure to be the president of the Barbados Public Workers Union. And the country was faced with similar kind of problems that you have now. And it took us leadership to make sure that we could get the people together. And don't let anybody fool you. There is nobody in the Barbados Union at that time that wanted to march across the breadth of Barbados. Indeed, the ambassador to Trinidad, or wherever he is, never marched. And one or two of the people who resigned recently never marched because they were not in favor of us coming out to put the case of the public servants. So we would not expect from that union, or even the one that I have now called the NUPW, based on the leadership or the lack of leadership, to get anybody to come out and do anything. If you are paid dues from a union, and by the way, after being president of the National Union of Public Workers, I had served 27 years. I heard about it, got that time yet. 27 years at the Industrial Development Corporation as a public relations manager. And what happened? I was sent home. And up until today, have not yet got a government pension. Sure. Even though our service was pensionable service in the statutory corporation to get a pension from the government of Barbados. So I am saying that there's a lack of leadership, tremendous lack of leadership in these organizations. And I think last week somebody put it good, that they're suffering from some challenges in both unions. And don't expect them ever to come out. Because when Dennis Clark could get up and say that temporary people, they can't march for them, who we marched for in 1991? We marched for the entire Barbados. And I believe that sometime soon that we as a people have to rise up and have some civil disobedience. Stand home for 2 days. Don't go work for 2 days. You understand? Stand home for 2 days, take 2 days off. You will still be paid. So we can send a message loud and clear to the people, to the government of Barbados, that we mean business. I think the time has come that we have to do something to ensure that we deliver Barbados from this corrupt, deceitful, lying people. As far as DLP? Yes.
Keith.
Thank you very much.
Keith, if you will, because a lot of people in this audience will not know who you are. And the gentleman who just spoke to you is Mr. Keith Yearwood, who was the key person who organized the march in 1991. People talk about Sir Roy and people talk about everybody else. This gentleman was president of the Public Workers Union at the time. Grantley and others are in here. And therefore, the perspective which he shared, and it may well be, Keith, that we need you to come and share your perspective from early 91 with the People's Assembly. And I will ask you to do so. But I also want to publicly state that it is really a question always of leadership and interest, conscience and courage. And, you know, I hear you. I am acutely aware of the desire of a number of you to express your disgust and your lack of consent to what is going on in Barbados. But I believe that we have to wait for that independent judgment which comes tomorrow of the IMF. Because that simple document has to be delivered, Kerrie, to Credit Suisse,
as a condition subsequent of the loan. That simple document will determine when and how the Inter-American Development Bank lends to us again. That simple document will determine what the European Union allows as grant and new projects to come to us again. That simple document will determine which commercial banks and which members of the capital markets internationally deal with us again. Clyde is known for his love of cricket. You may not know that I have been a member of the Barbados Cricket Association since I was 7 years old. I do not know of anybody who plays a ball that is halfway down the wicket. The ball is coming to us. Let it come.
I agree.
Let it
I agree with that wholeheartedly. Just let me say before I leave your floor that I must applaud you on saying get everybody ready. Because I know of a youngster who went to school at one of the highest schools in this country, and he's trying to join a political party. He calls the Democratic Labour Party, no answer. He calls the Barbados Labour Party, and he had an answer. And he said, that is the party that I will join. So the Barbados Labour Party must take some flowers. Those persons in the administration who answered that young boy's call must take some flowers. And indeed, we must continue to reach out to the young people of Barbados so they can come and join our fold to make sure that we go from strength to strength in this country, and that will be a force to be reckoned with as we approach the 100 years of our business in Barbados. So let's keep it lights burning, passing the torch.
Okay. Is there any other? Sandy?
Good evening, Madam Chair. First of all, I want to carry on from where Marsha spoke this evening, and I want to allude to a lot of things that she spoke about, because I myself have a lot of testimonies which I want to speak to about the unscrupulous and the vindictive things that were done to me by and from Esther Carter. Now, and I get very emotional and passionate like Marsha, and I think Marsha knows me from speaking to her on the air. Now, what I want to let everyone know, I call in on brass tacks every day. And I have written Ronald Jones, who cannot say thank you or 2000 as a Minister of Education. I have sent him at least 11 letters to date, one up to last week, telling him the same things Marsha has spoken about looking at revamping and restructuring the educational system. Because I, of myself, run 2 schools. And I have a lot of poor children who come to my school who I cannot charge because they have no money. And these children are children who, I think somebody spoke about that, who sit the common entrance, like what Marsha said, and then after the common entrance, they fall through the cracks. And they end up at my school because the government and Ronald Jones has no care or concern about what these children are supposed to do thereafter. So he has finally decided to call me to a meeting next week because I went in there and I said, I have to see you because I don't want no response in any letter or no phone call. And I told his secretary, I am coming there physically. Esther Carter, that's another story. I run a summer camp, and I am the first person that started summer camps 30 years ago in this country, private summer camps. And because I'm a Girl Guide, I know how to run a summer camp with all of the ethics and the policies. So Esther decided that she will get Hamilton Lashley and another guy, can't remember his name, he's so insignificant, to come to me to find out how to run the summer camps that they were going to start. And who else but me to ask? So, because I am a professional at what I do, and I was not about party, if you have your country to heart, you will deal with your country. Has nothing to do with party. So, he came to me and he asked me, told me that Esther wanted me to send in a proposal to her about how you structure a summer camp for ages 3 to 18 years old. And I thought about it. I said, okay, because this is my duty, I will do it. I sent in the proposal, and I showed her how from 3... You're cutting me off. How from 3 to 6 years old, you have to have one program. You cannot have 3-year-olds doing the same thing as 10-year-olds. So you have to have 3 different age groups. Good, I did all that. Then she told me to get a team together with people to train the counselors and the directors. And I did that. I got 14 people, doesn't matter from what party, and professionals to have these training sessions at the gymnasium for 6 weeks leading up to the summer camp before June. I did that. She told me, Sandy, go ahead and plan all the opening ceremony, get the corsages, the programs, etc., etc., etc. And I did that. That was in March of that year. And I think, Cynthia, you knew that about that year. And I went ahead and had everything organized. I used to go to Parliament every Tuesday morning to meet Hamilton Lashley, herself, and this other guy to give them the updates. I gave them the proposal, and she said, how much will you charge? I said, well, you know what? It is for the children. Don't bother. Just give me a stipend for my hard work. So I did all that, put everything in place. We paid for the corsages, everything at the gymnasium. And 2 days before the opening ceremony for the summer camp, Hamilton Lashley came to my school and told me that Esther said she does not need me anymore. And she has the proposal, and she has her own people to do and run the camp. Well, at that time, Mr. David Thompson was still hanging on. So I decided, because the person I am, my father always told me, never let people rub cotton wool in your eye. I got up the Monday morning with the people that I had arranged to have the work with the team, and I marched down to her office, and I told the secretary, tell Esther, and my husband apparently taught her, I said, tell Esther that Sandy Field is out here to see her. And she sent an excuse to me. I burst through the door and I went in. And I told her chapter and verse. And I told her, you know what? Because I deal with children, and children are my business, you cannot tell me that you don't need me to run a summer camp. And fate and God had it planned that the summer camp that year, as you all would have read in the paper, all of the bacchanal and the melee that went on. And all the 2 people that went to work in the summer camp, a guy at Grisette's, he told me the 3-year-olds were crying, they had nothing to eat. 14 and 15-year-old counselors who want training, etc., etc. Because I went on brass tacks, anything Marsha was on it, and I said, all the government is doing is putting square pegs in wrong holes, which they're still doing, trying to force the square pegs in the wrong holes. And up to this day, when I didn't get satisfaction from her, I went to David Thompson, and I told him, I need a letter of apology for all of those people that you made organize and set up, and some type of compensation. I don't handle government, because all what I have, I worked for myself. I never got anything from BDN or anywhere. And I then fixed her, and she came to my school like a little la-di-da, and she came and apologized. And I had that on my chest for all these years. And besides that, the next time I come here, I'm going to speak about, I want a platform, because I know the truth about the child care board, what they did to me in my school when they found out. And you know what they said when I went down to Esther? A lady told her, it's a good thing that you didn't give her the opportunity to run the summer camp, because she's a BLP. And that is why Esther did not hire me. And the child care board, that's another story. Next time I come, I want a platform to talk about the child care board. I could tell you all the run-ins in the child care board. So that's my lot. And Marsha, we will keep on protesting and keep on trucking. Thank you.
Thank you. Sandy, thank you. Once again, as I said, this is about conscience and courage. And I want to thank you for sharing. Let me also say, and Ian, you are here, we were to visit the Nightingale home earlier this week, and regrettably the Child Care Board said they couldn't do it without the leaders of the Child Care Board being there. I'm not sure what, Ian, is in your constituency that would cause Cynthia Ford or myself or you to walk away from in the Nightingale home. You understand? But fair enough. Fair enough. You are invited, Sandy. Just as Kammie was invited, you will be invited. You are invited.
Please, 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 please. There's a gentleman at the microphone, please.
Yes, good night, everybody. The only thing I'm hearing, Miss Mottley, is the question is what next from here? That's all I'm hearing. And that's what I would really like to know. Where do we go from here?
Hold tight, Star. Hold tight. As I told you, let us wait and see what the independent judgment of the Barbados economy is. You understand? We know what we have said. We know what others have said. We now know what Dr. Eswick has said. We will now hear what the IMF says that will affect our future. I don't cry wolf. Relax and hold tight.
Thank you.
Is there any other comment, any other query? Oh, Mrs. Lowe.
Good night, everybody. Good night. On the 24th of this month, I'll be 90 years old. And out of that 90 years, I have spent 50 with the Democratic Labour Party. And I find it very hard one day to decide they had no more uses for Mr. Mascoll after he pull it out of the pit and the mine clear. So I decide if Mr. Mascoll pull that out of the mine clear, what will they do with me? They will throw me down clear. So I decide to come along with Mr. Mascoll and leave them pulling themselves.
I don't see anybody else coming, but you couldn't wait. We couldn't finish on a better note than to hear Mrs. Lowe talk about how Mr. Mascoll was treated, and therefore, and we welcome her. We trust that on the 24th of this month, she will live to see that 90th birthday, and may God continue to strengthen her as the days go by. I did not even know that she was a Piscean like me. Good people, decent people, proper people. You don't have to be born. I'm not calling any moms. I brought up the March month, but the 1st of March, you can call me March here, March Madness, whatever you feel like. I am passionate for the Barbados Labour Party and the people of St. Thomas and the people of Barbados. So I don't care. I want, ladies and gentlemen, to say what a wonderful evening we have had. Somebody else is on the floor? Look, Willie, come on, Willie. You got beat down the slow here. Bad, 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 bad.
Now, if the DLP could take some examples from us, right, they won't be in trouble right now. As you see, I went to my leader just now. I don't want to speak out of turn. So certain things, I will ask my leader's permission to mention. I just want to share something with you all. A week ago, on Monday, you remember the Public Accounts Committee was supposed to sit last Monday, and witnesses were supposed to give evidence in relation to the National Housing Corporation. The government has shamelessly been trying to muzzle the Public Accounts Committee because there's obviously something to hide. There's something that they do not want to come out. And it is our duty as a Public Accounts Committee to provide some oversight into the financial affairs of the government of Barbados. It is the people's money that the government is spending, and they have to account for it. If something is wrong, then the people need to find out, not because we want to cause scandal, not because we necessarily want to bring down a minister, but because we want it to stop and never happen again. It's as simple as that. I was in a Public Accounts Committee meeting on Monday last week, and I was party to the most disgusting and reprehensible and disrespectful behavior directed specifically towards the leader of the opposition by government ministers in the Public Accounts Committee. It was disgraceful. I spoke to Mia afterwards, and she told me in her whole time in politics, she has never been carried along like how she was carried along in that meeting. You remember all the Public Accounts Committee meetings before?
I'm begging for a quarter. Let them bring it on.
No, Mia. I am just saying what happened. You remember before the Public Accounts Committee meetings were streamed so that the public could go on the computer and see what was going on? Well, when I came out, I said to Mia, but Mia, I cannot believe that they behave as badly as they behave for the whole of Barbados to see. You know that was the first one that wasn't streamed? They knew that. The ones who were behaving badly knew that it was not being streamed, knew that y'all could not see. Right? They specifically set out to not have that meeting and to blind you as to their behavior and their reasons. I can tell you the thing that upset me the most. They had a witness from the NHC there. They were summoned, they appeared, and they were ready to give their evidence. We were ready to proceed. We were ready to take the evidence to the witnesses. Adriel Brathwaite, Donville Innes, the rest of them objected because they had put on the order paper to repeal the Public Accounts Committee Act, to shut it down completely. And they said it was coming to Parliament the very next day. So it made no sense taking the evidence of the witnesses if the following day the act was going to be repealed. Mia rightly said, until the act is repealed, the Public Accounts Committee is validly functioning. It has a job to do. It would be a dereliction of duty to not take the evidence because we don't know whether they can debate it the next day. They often put things on the order paper and don't debate it. I personally heard the Attorney General of Barbados say to Mia Amor Mottley in the presence of us all, you don't need to worry about that. I give you my guarantee. That bill is going to go through all of the stages tomorrow. First reading, second reading, third reading, it will be debated in full. On that basis, we want an adjournment. Do not proceed with the hearing because we are debating that bill tomorrow and we're going to get that act repealed. I, Wilfred Arthur Abrams, yeah, that's my middle name. I heard the Attorney General of Barbados give his word to the leader of the opposition in front of the whole Public Accounts Committee. Donville Innes was sitting next to him. Maxine McLean was on the other side. David Eswick was there. All of them were there. I was in Trinidad to a workshop on how to properly run a Public Accounts Committee. I was in Trinidad on Tuesday, and I call him back to Barbados all the time, texting Santa Bradshaw, texting me, asking what happened with the debate. I had to speak. I had to speak in Trinidad about Public Accounts Committees. So I wanted to know at what stage we were so I could present in real time. You don't know the debate didn't come up. Understand something, the Attorney General is the legal representative of the government. He is the minister charged with the integrity of the laws of Barbados. He, above all, he above all should be stainless and without reproach. His word is his bond. On his words, the laws of Barbados are written. He gave his word to the leader of the opposition that something was going to happen. And on that basis, a vote was taken and the PAC meeting was adjourned. I could not believe my ears. They have no integrity. They have no credibility. They will say whatever they want to get the result that they desire. On that alone, me hasn't called for it, but the Attorney General of Barbados should resign. He has no credibility anymore. A country needs to have a body that oversees the affairs, the financial affairs of Barbados. I heard the gentleman just now call for an independent, a team of independent people to do it, right? All that's in the works. But understand, I don't know if any of you or anybody watching this online believes you can now take the government at their word. If anybody believes they can take the government at their word, then as far as I'm concerned, you are a lost soul. If you, like me, believe that every time they open their mouth, the lies drop out, and you cannot believe a word they say, then that is not a government capable of representing your interests. You cannot trust them to say the truth. You cannot trust them to lead this country. They have to go. May you call for Frondel Stewart to go? May you call for Chris Sinclair to go? No, Mia. You stop too early. Call for all. Call them by name. Call for all to go.
Ladies and gentlemen, I believe that brings us to the end of the question and answer session. But I know you've had a full evening, food for thought. I just want to make one small announcement to invite you to the fundraising dance of the St. Joseph constituency branch at the Barbados Labour Party headquarters on Roebuck Street on Valentine's night, February the 14th, from 9 o'clock. Tickets are $10, and there will be music by a popular DJ. Those of you who can make it, go on down and support the St. Joseph constituency branch. And I want to wish you all a safe and wonderful night. Somebody else has an announcement. We will say it to you. And please, for those of you who would be using beverages and eating in the hall, please remove your garbage, because school is on tomorrow morning, and we don't want anybody to say that the Labour Party folk do not know how to carry out their plans in the school. So please let us remove what we have left behind. And it is the Valentine's night, 7 p.m. until midnight, 4th Avenue, Lower Carlton, St. James. $20 tickets for 2 bingo cards. This is the St. James North constituency branch inviting you. Valentine's night, 4th Avenue, Carlton, St. James. Tickets are $20 for 2 bingo cards. Lots of prizes to be won. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Comrades all, go safely. God bless you. And in the week, we will announce where our next People's Assembly will be. But listen out tomorrow for that report so that we can know the status of Barbados. Good night, and God bless all of you. Thank you.